Hey, Safer here. I'm still on hiatus for a little bit, but since there was that panel discussion a little while back about the 1776 report, I actually prepared for that by live streaming my reading of it on Twitch. Surprisingly, it was a whole lot of fun, so I've cut together the streams into a long video. My RAM was apparently going bad during all of this, so excuse the times where I cut out. Also, for some more random fun, be sure to check out my Twitch, which is linked in the description. Anyways, here goes several hours of me reading some of the worst history we've seen emanate from the White House since Woodrow Wilson was there.
Hey, hello everybody. So we've got hell of a thing here, and look who just joined in. he has a new toy that he likes, so put it right here. Oh, there it goes. It's going. Here, put that in your box. Can have him in the corner, right? But it's too bad we can't really make it widescreen. I don't know how to make the thing do that. But hello everyone. So I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news today or yesterday, but the Trump administration is doing some wacky things with the last few days of this. In fact, oh, there he goes. But the Trump administration has been doing a lot in this little tiny lame duck period because, well, he didn't actually concede until the 7th of this month, so we've literally had just like a 2-week lame duck period for him. So for him, this has actually been one of the most active lame duck periods I can think of in recent years. You know, he's no like Tyler, who President Tyler signed the annexation of Texas. Oh, there goes King off into a corner. The annexation of Texas in 1845 during his lame duck period, and basically usurped the whole Polk administration's incoming agenda, because that was like the first thing on the Polk administration's agenda. But we're talking 1845, so I can't really think of anything that's any lame duck period president who's been this active since then. So this is kind of unique. And what's especially funny is that he put out you might remember on my YouTube channel a while back, I did a video, a panel that was basically talking about Trump's whole patriotic education thing. Well, on Martin Luther King Day, he put out an executive order, not only he put out one executive order proclaiming the creation of a statue garden of heroes, which includes Christopher Columbus. Yikes. Right alongside like every Republican president going back to Calvin Coolidge, and like not a single Democratic president, which is just like, bro, you can at least put JFK on there. But like, it's very openly partisan. And then he created on the White House website, which I will show in just a second, he published the report for that whole 1776 commission on patriotic education, and that's what we will be reading today. It is bad. I have seen bits and pieces of it, and it is terrible. So we will get into that in just a little bit. But I also wanted to touch on what just came out like an hour ago. Is that Trump is proposing making his own political party called the Patriot Party. I kid you not. It's actually a thing. So hold on, let me switch to let me first go to the news on that. It's trending on Twitter, so I could probably find that easy. Yeah, it's the Wall Street Journal. So go to full desktop. Like, no joke, this is a real thing. He's actually talking about creating a new political party, and I believe it is called the Patriot Party. This has been a wacky lame duck period, to say the least. So, I have been working on an episode about American insurrections, and to talk about what happened on the 6th. And I'm sure if we want to, we can get into that. But, the main thing is to talk about this thing right here. This is what we'll be reading today. I've already got it downloaded. This is the actual report. And, oh boy, it's bad. But, I do have to say, I am working on an episode about American insurrections. As many of you may know, I am a historian of American violence, so this is kind of my field. And you might remember from the last time I live streamed that, or like 2 live streams ago, I don't remember which, but that I was trying to find historical precedent and think about like how to think about all this stuff. I finally worked through it. I'm producing the episode, but it's going to have to wait until like a couple weeks from now. It is going to be a long episode. It's like 40 minutes probably. So there's just a lot to talk about. Like we simultaneously have never had anything like that happen before, and then have a whole bunch of stuff like that happen before, depending on what counts as like that. And then once he finally conceded, he decided to start acting like a lame duck and actually like putting out all of the more controversial stuff that he would not have tried to do as anything other than a lame duck. So it is quite a wacky time to be a historian. And so beyond just talking about the insurrection and that, I also want to point out that I am putting together that same panel that you guys, if you've been subscribed to my YouTube channel for a while, might remember. I did a live panel, what would be called a round table in the academic world, on like patriotic education a while ago. I am reconvening that panel for this weekend. It should be Saturday in the afternoon, like I believe it would be like 4 p.m. my time, which is Mountain Standard Time, and I think like 6 Eastern Time. So, it's time zones and all that kind of stuff. But it will be in the afternoon. It will be also very obvious with the thumbnail and everything. If you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, you will see that. But we're reconvening it specifically to talk about this report. This report right here, which is what we're going to be reading right now. It's going to be wacky, and I figured I might as well just live stream me going through it. A lot of what I'll be doing in this live stream is just trying to find the things that's worth talking about in that live stream, because part of what you do as like a let's switch back to chatting. what you do as a graduate student, or really as a teacher, if you're teaching graduate students or anything along those lines, is that you need to organize seminars. And a seminar is basically just a round table talking about whatever's been read. So you need to read the thing beforehand and then come to that seminar ready to answer questions and basically engage in group discussion. That's kind of what we will be doing there. It is always going to be lively, especially with something as wacky as this. Um, so, um, sorry, I have not been reading the comments while I was explaining this whole thing. What was? Oh, thanks for linking that, Punk Sai. Punk Sai in the comments linked to the previous discussion. Yeah, and and a most sovereign lady. Yes, there's a lot of stuff in my backlog. I've been on YouTube since 2013. I think I changed the name of the. Oh, hold on a second. King. No. Sorry, I have to. My cat decides to act the fool only when when I'm recording stuff. He is currently sitting there, but he was clawing at stuff over here, which is a problem. But Tyler's like, it's 1984, man. Yes, he always wants my attention. It's kind of what he does. The sign a Megan Carter. I don't know what that means. Well, I'm glad I have ended up in your recommendations, Sovereign Lady. Oh, Magna Carta. You're talking about the English document. Come here, King. Come here, boy. Wah, King. If he's gonna be annoying, he might as well be annoying on camera, right? But the weird thing about putting together this panel and everything is that you have to I was dealing with new software the last time when live streaming, is just kind of like how I'm still kind of new to this whole Twitch thing, and the software, I was still trying to figure out how to interrupt people, because you have to kind of keep the conversation going. So one of the problems with the previous one was that I didn't know how to subtly say finish up your comments, dude. Because everyone on the stream actually only saw what the stream was. I had control over what the stream was. I had a bunch of other buttons that everyone else didn't have. But that's a bit of a problem, because that means that if I'm full screening somebody while they talk, they can't see me go in the corner going "Hey, stop! You've been going for 10 minutes." You have to come up with ways of kind of moving the conversation along and signaling to people finish up your comments. So I actually had a few people commenting saying bro, you're being rude. You're interrupting people. And it's I didn't know how else to do it. But now I have figured out that, so this live stream should be a lot better since I'm not dealing with new software. So, thank you, Narodnik, the Narodnik. I still don't really know exactly how subscriptions work and everything. So, excuse my naivete on Twitch. I think this is like the fifth live stream or something like that. So excuse that. Um, Tyler say, I can't believe historians love to talk. Sure. Yeah. There's it's always interesting going to a like academic conference because, oh boy, you go to the bar and it's just like we just take over the bar at like whatever hotel there is. We just take over that hotel bar, and it is like nobody wants to be around us because we're just saying like, oh yeah, back in like 1895, blah blah blah. It's like that's the whole conversation all the way around the bar, and so like all the people who are just coming down to get a drink real quick are just like, I don't think so. Oh, thanks for telling me that, Dezuber. Or Zuber. Um, Historians at a bar remind me of the scene from Good Will Hunting. um, yeah, yelling at each other about history. Oh, I I really miss conferences. Like I actually really enjoy going to academic conferences. That sounds super geeky, but like they really are fun. As long as you're going to something that's at like a hotel. I've been to a couple of academic conferences like at my school, which, eh. Then they're properly stodgy, like you know. Although now my school actually has a pub in it. Like the student union building has a pub, so that might make things a lot more fun. Um, of course, you want to go to academic conferences. They're fun. You get to be sober in the morning and frickin' sit there and go to all the different talks and everything. Then lunch happens, and then there's like two more talks after lunch. But you're not sober for them. um, and like, but you also get to see like where the edge of scholarship is on in your field, and you also get to kind of see what is new and innovative, while also kind of meeting people that you haven't met in a long time. I know I've got a lot of deep connections in the Western history field, so I always end up meeting people that I haven't seen in a year or two. Um, I remember the first time I went to the Western Historical Association, and I went to the meeting for I forget what it's called, the first meeting thing where they give out some drinks and some food, and you just kind of wine and dine. Speaking of wine, um, and I was kind of sitting there lost. I mean, there were a couple of professors from my school where I was like, hey, Hutton, doing that thing, and they're just kind of like, shut up, graduate student, I don't know you. um, but you end up bumping elbows with people throughout the field, and then it's like, I ran into some people that I knew from my childhood because my father's a historian, and they had actually worked for my father at one point, but now they are I think Rebecca just retired last semester, and then Jeff I think is still technically teaching, but like emeritus. But I just ran into him, and it was like I hadn't seen these guys in like 5 years, but they come out of the blue and just go like, Joseph, hey, and it's like, and I'm just kind of going like, I kind of know you, and then all they had to say is like, we're the Lego people, and I'm just like, I know the Lego people, and like we hit it off so well because like we knew each other. Um, and forming those kinds of connections, like the last WHA that was actually at Las Vegas, that one was I ended up having so many people that I knew that during the the orientation dinner thing, we ended up having a table that had like this ever growing amount of people around it, to the point that there was like, for instance, at one point this really famous historian Patty Limerick comes by, and she's just like, because she used to work with Rebecca, and like but Rebecca's now retired, and Limerick's like just comes in and goes like, what's going on over here? just because it was like Las Vegas people who were connected with like Las Vegas history all wanted to be around this table. It was fun as heck. And of course, the drinks were flowing quite well. So yeah, academic conferences can be absolutely great. And it's also good for like professional conferences. You know, there's what is it called? VidCon. For YouTubers is like it's like a freaking party every night. It's great. You know, like a lot of people who go to VidCon actually don't go for like the actual conference. They go for everything afterward. Or like before or whatever, you know, it's about like everything outside of the conference itself. I apologize, I'm a mere erudite peasant, nothing professional. Look, you know, there's a, for instance, in the Western Historical Association, you will get a lot of people who are merely you know, like they write historic fiction, you know, they write like Western novels and that. You will get that at WHA. It is by no means limited to just like, you know, professional academics. Although there is, I mean, we don't need to get into all the politics of it, but like there is some problems with like elitism within the profession, where like, oh, your tag says like independent scholar, and they'll be like, what do you where's your, you know, what are you affiliated with? It's like, no, I'm just working on my own thing. And they're like, oh, you know, let me clutch my pearls. So there is that. Luckily I am associated with a university, but like, you know, they do, there are some people who look down upon the independent scholars. Us historians are far less uptight than people think. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, you know, when I went to the WHA last time, I had a panel that was like, I actually put together the panel, but it was chaired by the head librarian of special collections at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and then had 3 independent scholars and me. I'm technically not an independent scholar since I'm associated with the university. But 3 independent scholars. Well, no. Well, one of them was my dad. So you can see how much of like an in-group this was. Another one was what we call a pseudo-uncle. I actually made an episode out of my paper on that, and Phil recently died. Well, recently, he died in 2019, but you know, it still feels recent. But he was on that panel with me, and he was like a pseudo-uncle, you know, like friend of the family kind of thing. And another guy who I only met that day. But my dad is associated with the museum system, and this other guy was associated with the museum, so they're technically not independent scholars. But you know, putting together this panel wasn't about like, you know, oh yes, so you have to have the most elite people. It was more like, who wants to have some fun and talk about Las Vegas history? You know, I had by far the most serious paper in the thing, because my paper was all about like, you know, American violence, because that's my specialty, and it gets really nasty really quick. But the rest of it was like just kind of funny stories that they were telling. I wish I had recorded it, but unfortunately I didn't. Um, so let's see here. Sorry, I haven't been reading everybody's comments. Um, so hold on. Uh, somebody's asking about PTSD and the War on Terror video. Like, one, you shouldn't ever really ask anybody if they have PTSD. That's up to them to reveal. But two, no, I don't. Um, it really shouldn't be of concern to anyone. But I just want to point out, anybody asking if you have that is in the wrong. Um, so, anyways, uh, history of violence gets real violent real quick. Who knew? King of Nuance. I love that name. um, yeah, as Tyler says, PTSD is the default response to war. It is quite overplayed in film. But anyways, the let's get back to the topic at hand, and while we're talking about professional conferences and that, understand that's where I'm coming from. I'm not I'm not a teacher. I'm a lecturer. There is technically a difference, but I teach at a college level. So like this stuff is meant for high school and below. But at the same time, as we will find out, this whole 1776 Commission report is laughably bad. And I will be drinking to get through this because it is particularly bad. Let me switch to a view that you can see what I'm seeing. There we go. So Bot helps me. Yes, I have seen a lot of people's reactions. I actually have not read the report yet. This will be my live reaction to it. It's only 40 pages though, so should be pretty easy to get through. If I don't get distracted by laughing too much. So, this was released on the White House's website. You guys can go to the White House's website if you want and follow along. This is, in fact, I will put the link in the chat real quick, so that anyone can follow along. But the, you just go here and download the PDF. So this is like officially condoned by the White House. Like this is a dispositive rebuttal of reckless re-education attempts. So you can already see what this is. They're going, you stupid revisionist. But like, it's way worse than even this little blurb makes it sound. This little blurb sounds sane compared to what I've already been seeing on the internet. How the I don't know if it says the list of contributors. It just goes straight into the introduction, unless there is something in the appendices. Let's go all the way to the end, because that's sometimes really good to just go and find who these people are. So let's find out who the chair is. Somebody from Hillsdale College. Oh, he's a biographer. Probably a very orthodox biographer. a lot of these people are going to be coming from, I'm forgetting the name of the group, but they are going to be coming from um, it's called like the Foundation for Academic Scholarship or something like that, but it's very, very conservative. It's like openly biased towards conservatives. Um, and they're kind of doing the same. They're kind of doing the same thing as the Institute for Historical uh, Historical Revision or something like that. Or no, for, for oh, I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's a Holocaust denial group that tried to make themselves sound like a very, very, we are the very serious scholars, but in reality they're Holocaust deniers, which kind of, for me at least, didn't makes you no longer qualified as a scholar. Um, and let's see here. Yeah, it ain't as Tyler said. It ain't even David McCullough level orthodox. It's more orthodox than that. This is like 1890s level orthodoxy. We're going back more than a century to try to do this. This is the kind of thing that, like, if Ronald Reagan were to like write his own version of like a screed against what revisionists are doing and all that, but he did so when he in like 1994, after he'd already been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. This is that level of bad. um, so let's see what the executive direct. No, the exec. It will not let me highlight the guy's name. Come on. Thank you. Really, it really does not want me to highlight the guy's name. It's a conspiracy, guys. Um, oh, another one from Hillsdale College. I don't even know what Hillsdale College is, but you can already see founders chic through and through. So this guy is definitely writing from the Heritage Guide to the. Oh, he works for the Heritage Foundation. Oh, good lord. So something you guys have to know about is the Heritage Foundation is one of these I wouldn't say far right, but definitely a neoliberal group that's is here we go, a conservative think tank based in Washington D.C., primarily geared towards public policy. So that guy works for the Heritage Foundation. So we're not starting off too well with these names. You can already tell this is pretty bad. So let's get to the actual report. He's Federalist Society. Somebody posted the thing about Hillsdale. Hillsdale College is a private conservative college. Ah, okay. That's why I've never heard of it. It probably isn't particularly important. When you gear a college around a particular ideology, you're kind of dooming yourself to, with conservatives, you can often expect a lot of, money to be rolling in and donations and that, but that also contributes to a lack of scholarship, that they can just depend on money from like oil interests and whatnot, whereas like a university actually has to do real scholarship rather than just proclaiming the greatness of our nation. It's it's not like PragerU, no, but like it's probably credited. I mean, it said that it was founded in 1844 by abolitionists. Okay. But ended up going deep into the whole classics tradition. Okay. So, the accent man is saying, why are we seeing this report? It's because this is what this is the whole patriotic education thing that um, that we that the Trump administration has been pushing for the last half year. This is the crap that I did a live stream on YouTube a while ago as a group thing. So I'm pretty sure we can go right into this and just start reading and see just how bad it is step by step. And King of Nuance, yes, it is all about money, because when you have a lot of really rich people want to stay rich and are concerned about being taxed, and so when they want to sponsor people who will reinforce the message that taking away taxes on the rich will somehow help the poor. We've proven throughout the last 40 years that is not the case, but that's a central tenet of neoliberalism. And so that's what this is going to be. But this isn't just neoliberalism, this is neoconservatism as well, which is that, oh, the hippies are doing things and how dare they? They're ruining freedom. So let's just see what this actually has to say. Starting off, it says, in the course of human events, there have always been those who deny or reject human freedom. Oh boy. Literally the first sentence, it's already talking about, oh, there's people denying human freedom. But Americans will never falter in defending the fundamental truths of human liberty proclaimed in blah, blah, blah. We must always hold these truths. Which truths? I'm pretty sure the preamble actually talks about, the need for welfare, but, I'm just reading the actual Constitution. Anyways, the declared purpose of the President's Advisory 1776 Commission is to, quote, enable a rising generation to understand the history and blah, 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 supposedly to help understand the importance of history. That's all we want. This requires a restoration of American education. Restoration. Oof. About 30 years ago, it was pretty standard throughout the US to still be teaching the lost cause. If you're freaking expecting a restoration to that, you are fundamentally wrong and bigoted. But let's keep going. Which can only be grounded on a history of those principles that is those principles. It still haven't said what the principles are. Define the principles. That is accurate, honest, and unifying. These are contradictory things here. That's a contradiction. In fact, part of what I'm doing here is that I need to highlight stuff and so that I can bring it up. Inherent contradiction. And they're starting a sentence with and. Good Lord, people. A rediscovery of our shared identity rooted in our founding principles is the path to a renewed American unity and a confident American future. American unity. It's always funny how these people think that that a unified nation means, rejecting anything that was problematic in the nation's past. Especially, the contributions of black people is a pretty prominent part of this kind of thing. And we will see, I've already seen some of these passages. There's actually passages where it's basically trying to say, like, the founders weren't that bad for using slavery. That was just the standard. As if that absolves them of the, sin of slavery. Anyways, the Commission's first responsibility is to produce a report summarizing the principles of the American founding and how those principles have. Already got a Shining City on a Hill reference. Let me underline that. Men and women who sought to build America as a shining city on a hill. Well, if you actually go and read the Shining City on a Hill thing, I know it's difficult for a lot of neoconservatives to read, but I would think that if you're going to reference something, you'd at least read it. But if you go and read the actual speech, unfortunately, I don't know if Reagan actually ever did it when he referenced it, but it's very, like, literally the first words. God Almighty, in his most holy and wise providence, hath so disposed the condition of mankind, blah, blah, blah. You get it. It's about, like, how the Puritans will be the most puritanical. Not exactly something you want to reference. I get the symbolism of it. But the problem is that symbolism loses a lot of its actual historical context, and that historical context is absolutely about religious repression. It is absolutely about saying that any other form of Christianity is not pure enough for us, and we will show how purity is by being a shining city on a hill. That is what that term actually means. Not exactly something that these people really want to decontextualize. But, for all its talk about honesty, unifying, and ennobling, but, missing that whole accurate part, there's a bit of a problem with that when you are willing to just decontextualize the meaning of these terms. When it's saying an exemplary nation, it wasn't about a nation. It was about a city, a shining city on a hill. It was about being puritanical and repressing anyone who wanted to, not be that exact kind of Christian. And they showed that exactly by having to create so many other colonies who were banished from the Massachusetts and the Massachusetts Bay Colony. So this is not something you want to decontextualize in something that's supposedly proclaiming historical accuracy. All this liberty, justice, blah blah blah. The record of our founders striving and the nation they built. They did not build a nation. That's another fun thing with Orthodox history, is that they like to pretend that the founders created a nation when nationalism didn't come about until the 1840s, really. It's a whole complicated thing, but what we refer to as a nation is not what they did. What they referred to as a nation was purely a country. But nowadays we think of nations as a particular people. They were referring to sovereignty. Now we refer to like ethnicity. Nationality was not a thing at this point in time. You wouldn't talk about somebody's nationality. So this is already severely inaccurate. And jumping straight from founders to Abraham Lincoln, 7 years later. Not for one people, Lincoln is considered kind of our first nationalist president. That's Notice that they're already, from literally just the first few paragraphs, they're already weaving this tale of nationalism that is distinctly inaccurate and distinctly marginalizing to anyone that doesn't fit that exact definition of Americanness. Um, let's continue. Today, however, Americans are deeply divided about the meaning of their country. They always have been. You think that the founders weren't arguing about that? Um, um, its history and how it should be governed. Yeah. See how they're already trying to steer this into like our version of history says that our version of government should be done this way. And we will see later they actually have a part in here where progressivism is a threat to Americanism. Like literally that progress is a threat. Anyways, this division is severe enough to call to mind the disagreements between the colonists and King George. If you were being accurate, you would say Parliament. King George just acquiesced to Parliament. How do you, like, this is supposedly written by historians. And those between the Confederates and Union forces. Whoa. Are they equating current political disagreements with the disagreements over slavery? That's a bit disquieting, actually. Like that's kind of concerning. Actually, let's make that into an underline. Hold on. They amount to a dispute over not only the history of our country, but also its present purpose and future direction. Okay, I see what they're trying to say here is that, like, the arguments over history are the same, because that actually was very much about what was going into the Civil War. For instance, if we pull up I hope I can type this correctly, the Cooper Union speech. Yep, got it right. So, you know, this is the speech that basically cinched Lincoln's nomination for president in 1860. And it is very much oriented about, like, his arguments over what, let's make this a little bigger for everyone to see, so that everybody can, so that, he was talking about, you know, like, whether or not the founders would have wanted the expansion of slavery into the territories. He talks about territories quite a bit here. You can see, you know, Congress should control slavery in the territories, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, it's very clear he's talking about that. He also talks about founding fathers and whatnot. And he talks quite a bit about slavery. Notice that the word slavery is more than anything else. That's what he's arguing over. He's using history to make a present tense argument, as anyone does. This isn't something special to the founders. This isn't special to the Civil War. This isn't special to current days. This is just how the history profession has always worked, and that's how people have always used history. Um, you know, and also, like, while Lincoln had a point that the founders probably didn't want the expansion of slavery, especially considering, the Northwest Ordinance specifically outlawed slavery in new territories, um, you know, he didn't exactly have anything that he could do about it, even as president. So, like, this isn't really an argument about, like, oh, yes, the founders wanted X, so we should do that. It's more, he's trying to convince more people that we shouldn't want this. So, look, hey, the founders didn't want this. It's a rhetorical device. It's not actually meant to convince to like make a historical argument. What he's doing with that Cooper Union speech is that he is trying to get more people to be against the expansion of slavery into the territories. Um, it's dead obvious to anyone who reads the actual speech. Um, but like, just this thing seems to be saying that, like, simply because he was making a historical argument, that's what the argument was ultimately about, which, no. They're using history as a political bludgeon, not as, like, the thing that the dispute is actually over. That's... Let's... History as a bludgeon. Because that's ultimately what this whole thing is. And King of Nuance, why do we keep on citing what the founders wanted? Because, well, that's what... Those are the people who founded it, and, intent seems to matter to a lot of people. That maybe we should change that perception, but that's just what the perception is. Anyways, the facts of our founding fathers are not partisan. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. History is political, as this thing is proving. Like, what? Oh my god. So, what I wrote there is, read AHA 1882, which is when the AHA was founded, which was founded with the specific statement as their founding statement. The American Historical Association, by the way, is kind of the biggest group of American historians in the U.S. It's like the top organization in terms of the American historical profession. But they were founded with this statement, which was actually a quote, because of course historians found their group with a quote. I'm going to type it in because I don't know if I'm getting it right. History is past politics, and politics is something or another. History is past politics, and politics present history. Yeah, and that's a quote from 1823 from somebody who wasn't even an American historian, but it was the founding statement of the American historical profession. Hence why I wrote that there. Like, history is political, period. Like, you can't divorce that. And so, facts aren't partisan. Yes, they are. So, sorry, I'm not keeping up with the comments because I'm also trying to read this. Um, but, so, let's keep going. Controversies about the meaning of the founders can begin to be resolved by looking at the facts of our nation's founding. Properly understood, properly understood. Any other understanding, you know, that's bad. These facts address the concerns and aspirations of classes, income level, blah blah blah. As well, these facts provide necessary and wise cautions against unrealistic hopes and unrealistic hopes? What? I think that, the entire creation of the United States was a rather unrealistic hope. It turned out to work, but there were a lot of mistakes and compromises along the way. Like, good lord. It's like they don't even understand what the founders understood about their history. The principles of the American founding can be learned by studying the abundant documents contained in the record. The record. What? The record? The heck is the record? Read fully and carefully, they show how the American people have ever pursued freedom and justice, which are the political conditions for living well. To learn this history is to become a better person and a better citizen and a better partner in the American experiment of self-government. Punk site unrealistic, as in know your place. Yeah. Black man, stay down. It is unfortunately very much that. Comprising actions by imperfect human beings. Oh, now they're imperfect. But, they somehow, didn't have unrealistic hopes. Or, utopian agendas. No. But they were imperfect, so they didn't have those things, but they were imperfect. It's a bit of a contradiction there. The American story has its share of missteps, errors, contradictions, and wrongs. No duh. These wrongs have always met resistance from the clear principles of the nation. Have always? No. No, they haven't. Let's make that one a. I mean, they have met resistance, but not always. To say the least, pro-slavery sentiment in the North was much more prevalent than anti-slavery sentiment in the North in 1860. Think about that. Anyways, America's principles are named at the outset to be both universal, applying to everyone, and eternal, existing for all time. Well, at least they will admit to, secession being illegal. The remarkable American story unfolds under blah, blah, blah. Of course, neither America nor any other nation has perfectly lived up to the universal truths of equality, liberty, justice, and blah, blah, blah. But no nation before America ever dared state those truths. Hold on. When was the English Bill of Rights? Like 1689 or something like that? Oh wow, I got it right off the bat. Yeah, but like the English Bill of Rights, it's I'm not going to try to read that. But The English Bill of Rights is the basis of our Bill of Rights. Uh, like, also, our Bill of Rights had to be amended into the Constitution. We didn't start off with it, and actually it was, like, people like Alexander Hamilton was actually very much against a Bill of Rights. But you know, let's just, you know, obviously they're speaking with hyperbole. You know, that couldn't possibly hide a deeper agenda. And I love how they just keep jumping between the Civil War and the founding, like those aren't completely separate events. You know, multiple generations separated. You know, what? Where is all this? They just keep on jumping between the founders and Lincoln, and I'm sure they're going to be referencing Martin Luther King as if Martin Luther King would actually be in favor of this. Also, did I mention that this report came out on Martin Luther King Day? Yikes. These things are supposed to be written for 6th graders, not by 6th graders. Oh man, yeah, this is weird, like, already. Anyways, Lincoln aptly described the American government's fundamental principles as a standard maxim for free society, which should be blah, blah, blah. Okay. Why is Lincoln an authority on this? The story of America is the story of this ennobling struggle. The struggle for the happiness of value. You're quoting the person who was fighting to end slavery as if that's somehow the same struggle as the founders. What? The noble spirit embiggens the smallest man. The president's advisory, blah blah blah. Yeah. The meaning of the Declaration. The United States of America is in most respects, a nation like any other. Wait, did they just say that, like, that America is not exceptional? Did they just defeat American exceptionalism right there? Like, it embraces a people who inhabit a territory governed by laws administered by human beings. Like other countries, our country has borders, resources, industries, city, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. In other respects, however, the United States is unusual. Some could even say that it has peculiar institutions. I'm gonna write that down real quick. It is a republic. That is to say, its government was designed to be directed by the will of the people. Rather, that's not what a republic is. Like, seriously, I mean, this is like Google Republic. A state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president. Well, doesn't have to have a president or monarch. That's a weird thing. Let's go to Webster's. A government having a chief of state who is not a monarch. Kind of. Um, a political unit, such as a nation, having such a form of government. A government in which supreme power resides in a body of citizens entitled to vote. Yeah, that one is a little bit better. And exercised by elected officers. So, republicanism is about representation. Now, how you achieve that representation can be a number of ways. We are a democratic republic, as in people vote for the people, the demos. Demos means like neighborhood of Athens, but that's where we get the word democracy, is that people who lived in the demos could vote in the Athenian democracy. But a democracy means that people can vote. People vote either directly for bills. We actually have some direct democracy in this country. For instance, there's ballot measures and whatnot. But then there's also electing your representative, and that's where we get the word republic. It's representative. That's what republic means. Is an ancient form of government, one uncommon throughout history, in part because of its fragility. There's been a lot of republics throughout history. The longest-lived republic is still around. It's called Venice. Venice has been a republic since, like, Roman times. Not exactly fragile, although, you could argue that they were particularly well suited for survival because they're basically an island in a bay. But, there's plenty of examples. Contemporary Americans tend to forget how historically rare republicanism has been. It's not at all. What are you talking about? Where are they even going with this? Because how does this help their point? Damn Venetians. In part because of the success of republicanism in our time, which is derived in no small part from the very examples of success in America. That's actually kind of true. There's significant influence on the French Revolution from the American Revolution, but there's actually significant influence on the American Revolution from abroad as well. So, ideas aren't, no man is an island. I'll bet you they're going to try to say that the founders just willy-nilly came up with this idea all on their own. They're going to forget the 3 or 4 centuries of philosophy that led up to it. In 2 decisive respects, the United States of America is unique. Oh, here's the actual definite. First, it has a definite birth. Hey, you know what makes us unique? July 4th is our birthday. Nobody else has that. There's less than 365 countries in the world. So, yeah, I would guess it would be statistically probable that, no one else would have July 4th. And especially July 4th, 1776. Cool. That's what makes it... This is what makes us unique, guys. This is American exceptionalism right here. Nobody else has our birthday. Oh, man. Second, it declares from the moment of its founding not merely the principle on which its new government will be based, it asserts those principles to be true and universal, applicable to all men and all time. as Lincoln said. Lincoln wasn't even alive in 1776. The hell? This is how they keep on jumping back and forth between the founding and Lincoln for some reason. I mean, it is true that Trump thought that Jackson was alive in 1861. It's just like this is supposed to be written by historians. Like not sixth graders. Like I've had better papers that I graded from frickin' people who were clearly illiterate. What the hell? Other nations may have birthdays. No, you don't say. For instance, what would eventually evolve into the French Republic was born in 1789 when, I mean, yeah, what would eventually be then, but that's not the birthday of the Republic. That's 1792. How do you not know this? The People's Republic of China was born in 1949 and defeated nationalists in the Chinese Civil War, yeah. Although it was proclaimed in 1948, so, oops. Can't even get the dates right. But France and China as nations, as peoples and cultures inhabiting specific territories, stretch back centuries, even... Oh, God. Nations do not equal ethnicities nor borders. There was no United States of America before July 4th. There was not yet, formally speaking, an American people. There were instead living in 13 British colonies, blah, blah, blah. Those subjects became a people by declaring themselves such. I mean, like, what, the 50 dudes in who signed it? Well, it's not 50, it's like 29, but you know, the like 50 people who were in that freaking room, they spoke on behalf of all the loyalists and all that. Okay. They made that assertion on the basis of principle, not blood or kinship or what we today might call ethnicity. You just freaking mistook ethnicity for nation. Like, what the hell? Yet this fact must be properly understood. As John Jay explained in Federalist 2, Providence has been pleased to give this blah blah blah. Yeah, you know Federalist 2. Funny how they're not quoting the most important Federalist paper written by a slave owner. Oh, was John Jay a slave owner? I don't know. I know the other two were. But both Hamilton and Madison were slave owners. But the most important Federalist paper is Federalist 10, which really clearly lays out like what the federal government is supposed to be. But they're also mixing up July 4th, 1776 with 1789. Well, 1787 when it was out for ratification, which is Federalist Paper 2, I think, was written in 1788. But still, 1788 is a long ways off from 1776. So let's keep going. the newly formed American people were not quite as homogenous in ancestry, language, or religion as this statement would seem to assert. The only thing that it's saying is that the people of the United States are mostly from Britain and speak the same language, which, duh. And yes, a lot of our like government is formed directly from the British system, but this is acting like this was just made up whole cloth, specifically for 1776. They were neither wholly English nor wholly Protestant nor wholly Christian. True. Some other bases would have to be found and asserted to bind the new people to. That's not the reason why some other basis needed to be made. Good lord, this is like nationalism filtered through like a whiskey bottle. The basis was assertion of universal and eternal principles of justice and political legitimacy. Okay. Another Lincoln quote. You notice the trend here where they're just hopping back and forth to Lincoln? Oh, but remember, Lincoln was the first Republican president. Though wasn't the first Republican presidential candidate. That would be John C. Fremont. I think people forget Fremont a little too easily. He was far more anti-slavery than Lincoln. He also gave us the just term of the two relics of barbarism, slavery and polygamy. Like, just that's some great rhetoric right there. He also was signed the first Emancipation Proclamation because Lincoln was dragging his heels on that one, and ended up basically he didn't get fired. He ended up getting reassigned, and then he quit because Fremont was a prima donna, as so many generals are. But he really pushed Lincoln on the whole slavery thing because Lincoln was way more of a moderate. But that's too much nuance for a 40-page document from a bunch of neoconservative idiots. But this too must be qualified. Note that J lists 6 factors binding the American people together, of which principles is only one. The most important or decisive one, but still only one. The most important one is that they all spoke the same language. It's kind of pretty obvious. All states, all governments make some claim to legitimacy. That is, an argument for why their existence and specific form are justified. Some dismiss all such claims to legitimacy as false, advanced to fool the ruled into believing that their rulers... when in fact those actions only serve private... Okay. Why are they even talking about this? Unspecified pronouns. Gotta love it. But no actual government understands itself this way, much less makes such a cynical... Haha! We got it! They hate cynics! All actual governments... Oh, they're just talking about cynicism as, like, pessimism. All actual governments rather understand themselves as just and assert a public claim as to why. I mean, yeah, everybody's a hero of their own story. That doesn't make it true. At the time of the American founding, the most widespread claim was a form of the divine right of kings. That is to say, the divine right of kings was already pretty much dead. What are you talking about? Have you, like, it was already basically dead. Oh, I put the wrong one. They foresaw me coming in. You refer. Most sovereign lady says, "I refuse to accept that it's from the sixth graders. This is from a third grader." The American founders rejected that claim as the 18 charges leveled against. Yeah, I mean, like, you're not gonna mention Thomas Paine, though, are you? Uh, I keep using the wrong one. Delete that. There was quite a bit of argument over that. For instance, Alexander Hamilton wanted the president to basically be a king. Um, so, you know, maybe maybe do a little bit of reading about like where these ideas come from, rather than just proclaiming that all the founders thought exactly the same. Good lord. I mean, this is the kind of history that like George Bancroft back in the 1850s would have been laughing at. The 1850s. I mean, there were still founding fathers alive at that point. Like, come on. More fundamentally, have cast off their political connection to England. Our founders needed to state a new principle of political legitimacy for their new government. So they used the words of a bunch of Englishmen from like a century prior. Okay. Required them to explain themselves. They did not merely wish. I mean, needed to explain. Like, did they not read the freaking first paragraph of the Declaration? So, let's see here. I know right down here there's going to be a. There we go. No, give me the whole thing. Yeah. So, by the unanimous declaration, blah blah blah. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal situation to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. You know, notice that's a legalistic argument basically saying like, hey, we need to separate, we're declaring secession or independence, and we need to explain why. It's a declaration of independence. Like, it's in the frickin' name. Like, it's not about like that there's some sort of like suddenly they realize some moral standard that's, no, this is a buildup. Like, the whole, from 1863 to, from 1763 to 1789 is considered the American Revolution. Notice that covers 2 decades, 2.5 decades. Like, it's not just a single day in the middle of the thing. Also, July 4th, 1776 is not the actual day that they started signing it. Like, they can't even get that right in this whole thing. Well, Tyler, King George would scoff at a lot of this. King George would scoff at, like, just the idea that we're even arguing over this, because it was pretty freaking obvious at that point in time. But that would require actually reading the primary sources rather than just getting a bunch of aspirational quotes. They do not merely wish to assert that they disliked the British rule and so were there's literally a list of grievances this long. It takes up like half the frickin' document. It's literally called the list of grievances. They wish to state a justification for their action and for the government to which it would give birth. That is both true and moral. Moral because it is blah blah blah. Such a justification could only be found in the precepts of nature, specifically human nature, accessible to, well, they didn't actually say human nature, I don't think. Would have used the word mankind. That, yeah, mankind is not they're not talking about, the nature of mankind. They're talking about the laws of nature, like just pure nature. This goes for everything. And by the way, when Jefferson is referencing the laws of nature and nature's God, he's specifically referencing Locke there. So, and in fact, he goes on to quote Locke right here. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of, well, Locke said property. He actually originally wrote it as property and scribbled that out to say happiness. But that's just a direct quote of Locke, like from a century prior. Like, those precepts, whether understood as created by God or simply as eternal, are given that man did not bring into being and cannot change. This sentence actually is a sentence parsement. It doesn't actually, like, you cannot actually say what they're referencing here. That's just bad grammar. Anyways, hence the Declaration speaks of both the laws of nature and of nature's God. It appeals to both the reason and revelation as the foundation of the underlying truth of documents' claims and for the legitimacy of this new nation. The core assertion of the Declaration and the basis of the founders' political thought is that all men are created equal. I guess you could say that. It does say that, but, like, their principle of equality is questionable. The requirement for consent naturally follows. If all men are equal, then none may by right rule another without his consent. Boy, really forgetting slavery there. That one should be the assertion that all men are created equal must also be properly understood. It does not mean that all human beings are equal in wisdom, blah blah blah, like, of course some people are dumb, just not me, the person who's writing this. It means rather that human beings are equal in the sense that they are not by nature divided into castes with natural rulers and ruled. Okay, so when are they going to start talking about slavery here? Because that's kind of a blatant omission. It's this is plagiarized? Really? It's plagiarized. Oh, that's great. Oh man. That's brilliant. Let's see what this opinion piece has. Let's not try to find the specific instance of plagiarism, but uh, doesn't surprise me at all. And how this was published in anything, it does surprise me. Because it really takes the power of the presidency to get something this abominably bad out into the public. Oh yeah, this is only page 4. I mean, well, we're on page 5 now. Um, there's only 40 pages to this, so we are currently an eighth of wait, no, 16th of the way through. Um, no, eighth. Can't do math in my head right now. So Thomas Jefferson liked to paraphrase the Republican political thinker Algernon Sidney. The mass of mankind has not been born. He liked to quote a lot of people. Anyways, superiority of talent, even a superior ability to rule, is not a divine or natural title or warrant to rule. George Washington, surely one of the ablest statesmen who ever lived. Tell that to the people who were like literally trying to burn down his house in 1794. You know, like there was a point during his presidency where people literally tried to burn down what was the presidential manor. Oops. Yeah. So the most ableist. No, what he was great at was was making the mistakes and then showing us what not to do, and then we kept making the same mistakes anyways. Um, like, come on. Never made such an outlandish claim, and indeed vehemently rejected such assertions made by. Yeah, okay, cool. Basically, they're saying like, hey, we believe in voting, but for some reason they're not willing to say what that means, aka democracy. Where is my thing? Okay, so and here we go again, just jumping right off to Abraham Lincoln. Like, what the heck is up with these people? It's like they're specifically Jefferson, Washington, and Lincoln. That's like the only people the only Americans they've referenced so far. Like, good lord. John Birch talking point spotted? Where do you see that? So, going on with this BS, as Abraham Lincoln would later explain, there was no urgent need for the founders to insert into merely revolutionary document this abstract truth applicable to all men and all times. They could simply have told the British king they were separating and left it at that. But they enlarged the scope of the Declaration. It's the Enlightenment. Like, yeah, it's an Enlightenment revolution. We took a hard turn away from that with the Great Awakening a generation later, though. Like, what the hell? Yeah, basically this is more pablum about like how, great the words were. They're really good words. We swear, they're really good words. Oh, and hey, what did I tell you? They'd be freaking quoting MLK. There it is. And it's quoted completely out of context. It's just a big old block quote in the middle of the page for no reason. Oh, and it's talking and it's trying to say that it was actually for black men. MLK was saying that that meant that there needed to be change, that there needed to be a fulfillment of that promise. Like, and they're just quoting it like frickin' that's what Jefferson meant. Like, wow. So, natural equality requires not only the consent of the governed, but also the recognition of fundamental human rights, including but not limited to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as well as the fundamental duty or obligation of all to respect the rights of others. Hold on a second, I'm getting a bunch of stuff here. Hold on. These rights are founded in nature and are not created by man or government. Rather, men create governments to secure the natural rights. Indeed, the very purpose of a government is to secure these rights. Blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. A bad government may deny or ignore natural rights and even prevent their exercise in the real world. Oh. Oh. So, but that's not us. The principles of the Declaration are universal and eternal, yet were asserted by specific people for a specific purpose in a specific circumstance. No frickin' duh. The general principles. I feel like we're just like spinning in a circle here. Like, they're not really saying anything anymore. It's just kind of like, look, the words are cool. Um, you know, so, like, I'm debating how much of this I even need to read because it's just repetitive nonsense. We confront finally the difficulty that the eternal principles elucidated in the Declaration were stated and became the basis for an actual government only a relatively short time ago. Yet, if these principles are both eternal and accessible to the human mind, why were they not discovered and acted upon long before 1776? Because it's the culmination of the Enlightenment. Like, duh. But I'm guessing, are they going to actually talk about, like, Montesquieu, John Locke, frickin' Rousseau, any of those kinds of folks? Probably not. I mean, at least Hobbes. Like, come on. In a sense, the precepts of the American founders were known to prior thinkers, but those thinkers stated them in entirely different terms to fit the different political... Okay. Yeah. Are you going to actually talk about who those people were and how they affected them? If perfect wisdom is unattainable, blah, blah, blah. More fundamentally, by the time the American founding, political life in the West had undergone two momentous changes. The first was the sundering of, as in to rend asunder? I've never seen that as a verb. Sundering a civil from religious law with the advent of widespread adoption of Christianity. Uh, no. Oh no. Uh, Christianity specifically was adopted by state power. The second momentous change was the emergence of multiple denominations within Christianity that undid Christian unity and in turn greatly undermined political unity. Uh, okay, I'm guessing he's referring to the Reformation, but um, hate to break it to you, but the Reformation is not the first time Christianity split up. Um, ever heard of the Great Schism? It's like 1058 or something like that. Or how about, all the sects that weren't adopted into the Nicene Creed in 310 or something along those lines. 1054, thank you. Like, I mean, they're not technically like. I mean, it's written in such childish language that it's like you can't really tell what they're actually trying to say, but you know where this is coming from. So it's obviously trying to be like, oh, but Protestantism. Anyways, religious differences became source of political conflict and war. As discussed further in Appendix 2, it was in response. I'm not reading the appendices. This is terrible enough as it is. It was in response to these fundamentally new circumstances that the American founders developed the principle of religious liberty. No. It was from colonial traditions. Like, you can't even get, like, things that actually did make the colonies unique. Right? Like, how are you failing at getting like, they're actually doing American exceptionalism wrong? Like, how do you fail at American exceptionalism? Well, the founders' principles are both true and eternal. They cannot... Oh, they're true. They are asserted as true and are true. Bold assertion. They cannot be understood without also understanding that they were formulated by practical men to solve real-world problems. This is a contradiction. From the founders' solution to these problems, we must turn to the Constitution. Why? A constitution of principles. Have you read the Constitution? Like, only the preamble really has any principles to it. All the rest of it is pretty bog standard, like this is how we're going to govern. Yeah, Tyler says Bioshock Infinite wasn't exaggerating too much. It's so true. Like, this really is like Bioshock Infinite level of like American exceptionalism. Like, just like, if they could form a city in the clouds, they would be like, Trump would be the frickin' minister. Oh, except for, well, I won't ruin the ending of that game. It's a great game if you haven't played it, but like, there's a bit of a twist at the end. um. Anyways, it is one thing to discern and assert the true principles of political legitimacy, and there it is again. True. It is quite another to establish those principles among an actual people in an actual government here on Earth. Like, somehow these people were like just divinely inspired, and and then they were just pulling God's, God's entire ideology down and putting it down into the Declaration of Independence, while also complaining about taxes a bunch. As Winston Churchill, who is definitely not an American, uh, uh, so, for the important people that they've quoted in this document thus far, MLK out of the blue, just like without context whatsoever, basically saying like, yeah, the founders were totally into equality. Sure. Then Jefferson and Lincoln. Those are the only ones that they've quoted thus far. And then they just pull out a Churchill quote. And I remind you, this is only 40 pages long. They didn't have enough ability to write a textbook, so they wrote 40 pages of this thing. Even the best men struggling in the most just of causes cannot guarantee victory. They can only deserve it. Okay. Like, what does Churchill have to do with anything? Yeah, somebody just Googled inspirational conservative quotes. Better save this. So, the founders of the United States, perhaps miraculously, get out of here, achieved what they set out to achieve. Bold claim. They defeated the world's strongest military and financial power and won their independence. With not a lick of help from France. So, apparently the founders, who, are like all of the Continental Army now, managed to defeat the British all on their lonesome. They then faced the task of forming a country that would honor and implement Articles of Confederation were passed in 1777 and ratified in 1781. Like, I know these dates off the top of my frickin' head. Like, this is sad if I can frickin' like, ugh. which they had, and implement the principles in which. Oh yeah, so the Constitution was based on the Constitution was based on the Declaration, apparently. News to me. But you know, I've only been studying American history for a decade. What do I have to say about it? Um, the bedrock upon which the American political system is built is the rule of law. The vast difference between tyranny and the rule of law is a central theme of political thinkers back into classical antiquity. The idea that yeah. Oh, hey, look, they finally got in Thomas Paine. Nice. At least they got somewhere, although why is there just a Hamilton quote? What the heck? Like, they go from, as Thomas Paine reflected in Common Sense, and then Alexander Hamilton. Like, learn to format, good lord. Yeah, so it's Hamilton who was, like, the founder of anti-aristocratic notions in the U.S. Of course, it might be important to note that Common Sense was published in, like, February of 1776. So, you know, considering there's the date of its publication, you might want to say that. But also, they're just like saying, as this Thomas Paine guy said, like with no context whatsoever, you know, say something about colonial pamphlets and political writings, but this is during the war. It was literally written in 1776. Like, come on. You can't even get the freaking name of your paper right. Ah. To assure such a government, Americans demanded a written legal document that would create both a structure and a process for securing their rights and liberties. And spell out the. Okay, I still can't get over the fact that they won't even say the date. Alright, now I'm kind of going into fucking teacher mode. Like, I'm starting to read this like it's just like a badly written essay. And I mean, I run into these all the time, but like, this is supposed to be written by a bevy of historians. Where's the page? And we're on page 7. This is supposed to be written by a bevy of historians. Like, what the heck? Like, I mean, I know they're like pseudo historians, most of them, but like, come on. At least hide your inability to write. Their first attempt at a form of government, the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, was adopted in the midst of the Revolutionary War and not ratified until 1781. Oh! Funny how you talk about it now as opposed to when it was pertinent, but okay. Funny how they can't even form, like, they're just bouncing back and forth in the timeline and just being completely incoherent. I don't know how to spell ricochet. Ricochet, there we go. chronological ricochet. During that time, American statesmen and citizens alike concluded that the articles were too weak to fulfill government's core function. I wonder how. This consensus produced the Constitutional Convention of 1787, which met in Philadelphia that summer to write the document which we have today. It is a testament to those framers' wisdom and skill that the Constitution they produced remains the longest continually operated written constitution in all of human history. Kinda. I mean, like, it depends on what you defined as. I mean, like, this is too much of an argument for such a simplistic document, but, like, also, why are they capitalizing Constitution? But, you know, some places, like Britain, don't have, like, a clear written constitution, but sometimes they will say that the Magna Carta is the beginning of their constitution. So if that's the case, then they predate ours by like 500 years, you know? So it depends on what you mean by constitution. You know, most Americans wouldn't say that that's actually a constitution, but you know, it's a difference in that. But also, you know, especially like historians should always try to avoid like superlatives like that. You know, that's quite a superlative. So, and then there's also like constitutional republics, like there's one in Italy that's still technically a micronation. I can't remember what it's called. But like it had a constitution long before us. There was also the Netherlands, who I guess you could say stopped operating their constitution for a little bit in there in, you know, the 1940s. But you know, Nazis will do that to you. So then the meaning and purpose of the Constitution of 1787, however, cannot be understood without recourse to the principles of the Declaration of Independence: human equality, the requirement of government by consent, and the securing of natural rights, which the Constitution is intended to embody, protect, and nurture. No. I think you're mixing up the Constitution with the Bill of Rights. And then there's a Proverbs quote. And also, back to Lincoln again. What does Lincoln have anything to do with the Declaration? He wasn't even alive. The form of the new government that the Constitution delineates is informed in part by the charges the Declaration levels at the British Crown. For instance, the colonists charged the British King with failing to provide or even interfering with representative government. Hence the failing to provide representative government. I mean, representation to the colonies, yes, but like they weren't saying that there wasn't representative government. Like the whole slogan, taxation without representation, it's not saying that like Parliament didn't exist. What? And I like how we just have Frederick Douglass just sitting here. We have yet to mention slavery, and they're showing a frickin' ex-slave. Also, out of the blue. There's no reason to even have him there. He's just sitting there because he's an important figure, and we need pictures to put in here because we can't actually write enough to fill 40 pages. Good lord, I've written 40 pages in a weekend before. And that's freaking 40 pages for an academic paper. Come on. Like, there are no footnotes to any of this. I mean, it's supposed to be like a textbook, I guess. But like, there's no footnotes, there's no references, and like, I did better than this in a weekend. Instead, the founders organized their new government into 3 co-equal branches, checking and balancing the powers. The intent of the framers of the Constitution. Oh, they know the intent. Cool. Let's find out. Was to construct a government that would be sufficiently strong to perform those essential tasks that only a government can perform. Yeah. They do say that promote the general welfare. You know, neoliberals can't want to wipe that part of the Constitution right off the frickin' face of the document. But not so strong as to jeopardize the people's liberties. In other words, the new government needed to be strong enough to have the power to secure rights without having so much power as to enable or encourage it to infringe rights. Kind of? I mean, it depends on which rights you're referring to. You know, right not to be taxed, yeah, right to, you know, be free of slavery, not so much. Yeah. And still, no mention of slavery. Oh yeah, and yeah, definitely don't talk about freaking Native Americans. That's, oh boy. Let's just find out if they even refer to Native Americans at all. First, let's look for Native. Oh well. Also, let's make sure I stay on the right page. We're on page 8. So first Native. Not referring to Indians. All right. Let's look Indians. A bunch of quotes. Is this the... this is one of the appendices, and it's... oh, it's just the Declaration. Okay. Yeah, where it's blaming frickin' Indian warfare on the king. Okay. Yeah, so, America's original sin? Not even in here. Boy, they really do love making Lincoln references. Alright, let's get back to where we were. Oh, that's 9. We are on 8. Anyways. So, they can't even... not a single reference to Indians whatsoever. Brilliant. The advantages of union are detailed in the first 14 papers of the Federalist. 14 papers of the Federal... That's not what that is. It's the Federalist Papers. They're multiple articles written for the New York Journal throughout 17 87 to 89. Like, how are they this bad at this? And boiled down to preventing and deterring foreign adventurism in North America, avoiding conflict between threats. Just that's almost like they were getting close to talking about Indians there. While the Constitution is fundamentally a compact among the American people, its first 7 words are "We the people," blah, blah, blah. It was ratified by special convention in the states. The people's, yeah, okay. They also believe that the role of the federal government should be limited to performing those tasks that only a national government can do, such as providing for the nation's security or regulating commerce. That's literally in the preamble. For the founders, the principle that just government requires the consent of the governed. Really, we are just hitting the same point over and over and over again. Like, you only have 40 pages. You cannot be so repetitive. Under the United States Constitution, the people are sovereign, but the people do not directly exercise their sovereignty, for instance, by voting directly in popular assemblies. Just really wants to avoid the word democracy there. Rather, they do so indirectly, through representative institutions. This is on the most basic level a practical requirement in a republic, but it is also intended to be a remedy to the defects common to all republics up to that time. This sounds like they're trying to make a excuse for the frickin'. I bet you they're trying to make an excuse for the Electoral College. Yeah, the DNS word will be, well, they'll be talking about socialism quite a bit, but also they also want to avoid the word welfare too. The framers of the Constitution faced a twofold challenge. They had to assure those alarmed by the historical record that the new government was not too Republican in simply copying the old failed forms. What is that? Like, too Republican? Like, what are they even trying to say? Hold on a second. I appear to be my chat window appears to be slowing down and not keeping up with you guys, so I have to pull it up in a different window. Oh, we'll get Loki Fish. We will definitely get to communism. There is an entire section on communism. Let me make sure I'm on page 8 still. If we go up here to challenges to American principles. 1, progressivism, fascism, and communism. Progressivism is a challenge to American principles. Yes. You read that right. Progressivism is a challenge to America's principles. Progressivism. Yeah. Yikes. Anyways, let's get back to where we were. Because I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get through this thing in this live stream. This is already freaking terrible. And we've been going for, what, like 2 hours? So, yeah, it's that bad. I think I've only got an hour left in me of dealing with this crud. um, the Constitution was Republican enough. What is this? What is Republican enough? I don't think they know what Republican means. My name is Montoya. Anyways, the main causes of prior Republican failure were class conflict and tyranny of the majority. What? That's... I think they're referring to democracy here. Here's an exercise. Let's see if there's even the word democracy in here. Oh, it does show up. Well, they'll talk about it when it's talking about the arsenal of democracy. Representative democracy. Here we are. That's the first time we actually see that. Page 38. That's towards the end of the frickin' paper. Like, yeah, it's literally right at the end that they actually admit to the word democracy. Holy moly. Well, I mean, it is actually tune at the time. That actually it is actually like a thing that 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 a lot of previous republics were very restrictive in terms of class. I mean, even the Roman Empire, which was a republic first, was extremely restrictive in terms of class. You know, you had the starts with a P, the basically the nobility. Then you had the whatever the Latin word is for horses. You had the horse people, and then you had the plebeians. So, like, even in the Roman Republic, it was very class divided. But I hate to break it to these guys, but, like, so was the American Republic to begin with. But the founders countered that the very smallness of prior republics all but guaranteed their failure. In small republics, it's like the frickin' Roman Empire is bigger than the United States, even today. I mean, like, what are they even talking about? The inherent or potential partisan unwisdom of a... Unwisdom? Is that even a word? Like... Okay, well, that is a word. Of a dominant faction also would be tempered by a representative government rather than the people acting as a body. The people would instead select office holders to represent them. Okay. That is what a republic is. Like, we still have dominant factions. Like, the founders asserted that these innovations and others combined to create a republicanism that was at once old as well as new, true to the eternal principles and timeless blah blah blah. Good lord, there's just a bunch, you know, it's a bunch of flab. There's hardly anything to it. Like, what are they saying? You know, what is the word for that? Too saccharine and meaningless. How do you spell saccharine? Yeah. One important feature of our written Constitution is the careful way that it limits the power of each branch of government. That is, states that those branches may do, and by implication, what they may not do. This is a real meaning of limited government. Blah, blah. Okay, cool. Yeah. The Constitution was intended to endure, but because the founders well knew that no document written, okay, basically they're talking about amendments. Yep, and there's the amendments, which would come to be known as the Bill of Rights, were included, blah, blah, blah. And specifically noted in the Ninth Amendment was a selective, not exclusive list, that it is the mere fact. Yeah. It is important to note that the founders' understanding of three of these rights that are decisive for Republican government and success of... Uh-oh. Are they going to start talking about the Second Amendment? Let's find out. Our first freedom, religious liberty, is foremost or a moral requirement. Yeah. Faith is both a matter of private conscience and public. Yeah. As discussion, it is also the indispensable solution to political religious problem that emerged in the modern world. What is this problem? I seriously don't know what they're... will you let me highlight it? It straight up will not let me highlight the thing. There we go. The point is not merely to protect the state from religion, but also to protect religion from the state. Yeah. Like religious liberty. I am fresh out of freaking wine. I need to go and get some more wine to even get through any more of this, because this is terrible. Give me a second, guys. Let me put... Anyways, I did get myself some vodka instead of wine, because this requires the harder stuff. Sorry about that confusion. My computer blue screened of death. It's just straight up BSOD'd. I don't know what happened there. I stepped away to go and get this, and when I came back, it was rebooting. So I don't know. Let's continue with this while I'm still sober enough to even read. So finally, because we're finally to the Second Amendment. Let's see what they have to say about the Second Amendment here. Finally, the right to keep and bear arms is required by the fundamental natural this overemphasis. Is this written by frickin' Liberty Hangout? Is that who wrote this? It's Liberty Hangout, isn't it? Those guys are idiots. Um, no man may justly be denied the means of his own defense. I suppose. Depends on what you mean by defense. The political significance of this right is hardly less important. An armed people is a people capable of defending their liberty no less than their lives, and is the last desperate check against the... Ah, there it is! The last desperate check against the worst tyranny. This came out after the Capitol siege. Just let that sink in. This came out after the Capitol siege. Yikes. Up, and we're finally to the challenges of American principles. I've been excited for this section because at some point, like the first part of it is slavery. We'll see how that works. Challenges to constitutional government are frequent and to be expected in popular government. Yeah. In his farewell address, he said, blah, blah, blah. This Constitution has proven sturdy against narrow interest groups that seek to change elements of the Constitution merely to get their way. Boy, that reads differently after, that didn't age well. Frickin', I can't get over this. It's like... This is put out by an administration that was specifically trying to usurp the Constitution in order to get his own way. Oh man, like, I wonder if the person who wrote this now regrets it. Like that. A lot of this, a lot of this stuff is going to be written by like a bevy of people, but like, there's going to be a bunch of people who worked on this and are sitting there going like, I wish I hadn't. I wish I could take that back. This was stupid. Even stupid for me, and these people are already pretty stupid. But even they have to be realizing after January 6th that this was amazingly stupid. At the same time, it is important to note that by design there is room in the Constitution for significant change and reform. Indeed, great reforms. Blah blah blah. Yep. Whoa, wait a second. And anti-communism. One of these things is not like the other. Two of these things is bullshit. More problematic have been moments that reject the fundamental truths of the Declaration of Independence and seek to destroy our constitutional order, like January 6th. The arguments, tactics, and names of these movements have changed, and magnitude of the challenge has varied, like January 6th. In this, like, you can basically, how like when you open up a fortune cookie and you say in bed at the end of anything, it's like you will meet a new friend who will help you along the way, and then you're like in bed. Like, this feels like that. It's just like the capital siege. Like, but it's true. It's like everything's contradicted by just saying like the capital siege. But are all united by the same falsehood that people do not have equal worth and equal rights? Oh, okay. So progressivism is not freaking that. At the infancy of our republic, the threat was a despotic king who violated the people's right and overthrew the colonists' long-standing traditions of self-government. I... like, yes, got it, but, like, at the capricious whims of a tyrant. That's literally what we just had. It is the sacred duty of every generation of American patriot to defend the priceless this priceless inheritance. Hold on. I think I have the ability to add in a dot. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can do it. Oh, no. That's not it. How do I add a singular dot? Either way, just make this into a semicolon. It is the sacred duty of every generation of American patriots to defend this priceless inheritance, slavery. Yes, it really is trash. Yeah, I do need to add mods. Somebody is trying to, do stuff. Um, how... I know that there's a way that I can add mods real quick. Hold on. Let me... I remember somebody actually pointed out how to do it earlier, and I completely forgot to do it. Oh, I had totally forgotten that, like, there are subs now. I am sorry. There's 8 people who have subscribed. I want to say thank you. And excuse my technological ineptitude. Hold on while I try to figure out how to add mods. I already have a few people I know that should become mods. Somebody had literally sent me a message on how to do that, and I am completely forgetting where I saw that. Oh, here it is. So, do. So, hold on. Without being... Otherwise, it's always... This is too much to be doing live on screen. And sorry for being a boomer. I I study history, so I'm like, being a Luddite is like just a professional necessity. Let's see here. I go to preferences, then moderation. Followers, subscribe only chat. And chatters, why is it not showing me a way of making people mods? You know what? We're just gonna have to deal with it for the time being. I can just click their names? Is it really that simple? Oh, boom. Okay, well that was simple. Hold on. Let me make some of you guys mods. There we go. It really is that simple. Oh, man. Okay, so Tyler and Punk got you guys as mods now. Apparently, I just can't do it in OBS. I have to actually pull up the stream manager from somewhere else. And please go away. Hold on a second. I have to close that dock and reopen it. There we go. Yeah, so it was just I couldn't do it in OBS. But now there's a couple mods at least. Sorry for being such a dimwit about all this. As you can see, I'm much more concerned about like trying to like get the history thing than all that kind of stuff. But you guys now have the actual mods on there. Also, I wish I could specifically figure out how to thank specific people on for subs, but I'm afraid I just haven't been looking at everything over there. I've been trying to read this, so sorry for not thanking you, but for everyone who's subscribing, thank you very much. This is my first time streaming as an affiliate, so let's get back to what we were talking about though. How this is going to deal with slavery, because remember this entire thing was done basically to counteract the 1619 project, which is basically saying that like everything in American history has to do with slavery. So let's see how they deal with that charge. The most common charge leveled against the founders, and hence against our country itself. The founders are our country. Is that they were hypocrites who didn't believe in their stated principles, and therefore the country you can be the whole point of a hypocrite is that you simultaneously believe something but also contradict it. Like What? No. Hypocrite. Adobe. You know what a hypocrite... You know how to frickin' spell hypocrite. What the heck? Anyways. And therefore the country they built rests on a lie. This charge is untrue. And has done enormous damage. Especially in recent years with a devastating effect on our civic and... Oh my lord. Many Americans labor under the illusion that slavery was somehow uniquely was somehow an also delusion. They're trying to say delusion, not illusion. Not disillusion, come on. Whatever. I know what I'm trying to say. It is essential to insist at the outset that the institution be seen in a much broader perspective. It is very hard for people brought up in the comforts of modern America in a time in which the idea that all human beings have inviolable rights and inherent dignity is almost taken for granted, to imagine the cruelties and enormities that were endemic in earlier times. Okay. But unfortunate fact is that the institution of slavery has been more the rule than the exception throughout human history. Yeah. It was the Western world's repudiation of slavery only just beginning to build at the time of the American Revolution, which marked a dramatic sea change in moral sensibilities. The American founders were living on the cusp of this change in a manner that straddled two worlds. I mean, kind of. George Washington owned slaves but came to detest the practice and wished for a plan adopted but for the abolition of it. Those are obvious weasel words. Like, gee, I so hate this slavery thing that I'm engaging in, and I'm one of the largest slave owners in the entirety of Virginia, which is the largest slave-owning state at the time. And, oh gee, I just wish somebody would come up with a plan. Obvious weasel words. By the end of his life, he freed all it... not exactly. Technically, he said that his wife had to free them, and it took years. His wife, was the actual one to free the slaves, not him. So that's just a blatantly false statement, and, oh boy, they're gonna try to apologize for Jefferson, who was known to be, like, hateful of his slaves? Let's see where this goes. And yet included in his original draft declaration a strong condemnation of slavery. No. No. It was a condemnation of George III's forcing slavery on him. Like, he had no choice somehow. What in the fuck? Like, no. That's just so... That... By the insistence of certain slaveholding delegates, including his own delegation. Ah! Inscribed in marble at his memorial in Washington, D.C. is Jefferson's foreboding reference to the injustice of slavery. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice has sleep forever. Not to talk about Jefferson's, blatant, like, freaking, like, what's the word for that? Scientific racism. Not gonna talk about that. Not gonna talk about how he hated his slaves and how he thought that they were subhuman. Just that doesn't come up here, I guess. Yikes. Just plain yikes. Like, Jefferson is actually core to scientific white supremacy. It, like, how can you just disregard that altogether? Oh, I see Lincoln popping up from underneath there. Hey, hi there, Lincoln. James Madison saw it at the Constitutional Convention that even when the Constitution compromised with slavery, it was never used the word slave to do so. No mere semantics. He insisted that it was wrong to admit in the Constitution the idea that there could be property in men. Okay, cool. It's almost like the founders weren't a unified whole. Also, Madison was a slave owner. Like, also, yeah, what is this even referencing? Like, is this actually a reference, or is this just freaking more BS from freaking the Trump administration? Wait, which one was it? 13. Okay. So it is an actual quote. Not like recognized and not consumed, and thus could not be held as property. But he held slaves as property anyways. Not really disproving the founders' hypocrisy here. Am I spelling hypocrisy? I'm spelling that wrong. Hypocrisy. I don't know. Whatever. Indeed, the compromise at the Constitutional Conventions were just that, compromises. The 3/5 compromise was proposed by an anti-slavery delegate to prevent the South from counting their slaves as a whole person for the purposes of increasing their congressional representation. The so-called Fugitive Slave Clause, so-called, The fuck? Perhaps the most hated protection of all. And there's just a random link in there for no reason. Accommodated pro-slavery delegates, but was written so that the Constitution did not sanction slavery in the states where it existed. There is also the provision in the Constitution that forbade any restriction of the slave trade for 20 years after ratification. Yes, you know, kind of shows that the Constitution is fairly pro-slavery, doesn't it? The First Continental Congress agreed to discontinue the slave trade and boycott other nations that engaged in it. No. False. We did not boycott other nations that engaged in it. We simply tried to stop them by blockading their shores. That's not a boycott. Still traded with them. The hell? The Northwest Ordinance, a pre-constitutional, explicitly bans slavery, yep. Above all, there is a clear language of the Declaration itself. We hold these truths, so? The founders knew slavery was incompatible with that truth. Definitely not the one who wrote it. What the hell? Nobody would say that frickin' Jefferson was anti-slavery. Where are they getting this idea? I don't even get what, and also, I'm not even sure if this quote right here is actually about slavery. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just some random thing about tyranny in general. Proprietors of a very small proportion indeed are even seen as slaver. Spirit of master is abating that of the slave rising from the dust, his condition mollifying the way. I hope preparing under the auspices of heaven for a total emancipation, and that this is disposed in order of events to be with the consent of the masters, rather than by their extirpation. Okay, so he said in 1781 that he thinks that slavery should eventually be abolished with the consent of the masters, and not by their extirpation, aka extermination. So he straight up saying, like, I hope that they aren't going to do some white genocide. Ooh. And that's what they're quoting here. Let's get through this section, and I think it'll be time to frickin' call it good after I get done with this section. It is important to remember that as a question of practical politics, no durable union could have been formed without... I'm back. My computer crashed again. I think it's time to call it good.
Okay, well, it says that there's 0 viewers right now. I don't know if that's actually the case, but might as well fill up the time before people come in and pet a cat. For those who don't know, this is King Richard I. I just realized that the hi there, Undead Pixel. See, some people are coming in. Alright, cool. Hold on while I forgot to update the stream information. Hopefully that worked. So, how's it going, everyone? I can, hopefully this time, I'll be able to actually hear everything properly. Since we are just going to be talking about the 1776 reports rather than playing anything, I figured, be trying out this new thing, contraption. This is actually what I normally use for voiceover work. Also, I have to forewarn everyone, last time I had some PC issues. I think I have solved them, but I can't guarantee that they're solved. So if the stream drops, it might happen. Also, I've been having some internet issues today because Comcast is one of the worst companies in America, and that's pretty hard to do since there's a lot of bad companies in America. And before we jump into the horror of the 1776 report, I figured might as well drink some good old-fashioned Imperial barrel-aged stout. Get that nice pour going. Oh yeah. That's the stuff right there. This is actually a from a company called Sierra Blanca, and I think it's actually pretty high in alcohol, if I remember correctly. Wait, they don't have it on the label? How do they not have the alcohol percentage on the label? I think that's illegal, isn't it? I don't know. It's either way, it's brewed east of here in a place called Moriarty. So the last time we left off, and we were almost through the slavery section of this report. Just in general, this entire report is terrible. But we were almost to where they were saying that progressivism is a threat to American values. That's an actual thing they say. And, cheers, Loki. Hi, Mars. And I believe, is it really only 3 viewers right now? That can't be right. There's more than 3 people talking. My statistics are coming in faulty. That's kind of weird. All right. Anyways, we left off with the where they were talking about how slavery was somehow, it wasn't really that bad, you guys, is what this report was saying. So let's just jump right into it, because I'm probably going to need a refill on this beer pretty quickly. Um, the, you guys see the same number 3 on your end? That is weird, because there are definitely more than 3 people here. Oh, it just jumped to 18. Okay, whatever. I have no idea. Doesn't matter. We can just jump right into, stuff. And also, I have figured out how to add music to the background. Ooh, I'm getting all fancy and technical. For instance, look, now there's music in the background. By the way, do tell me if the music in the background is too loud or too quiet. This is the first time I've even tried it. It's just some electro swing in the background that I have licensed. And so let's go to desktop. And we can get right back into trying to read this thing. So this is a... I don't understand how this is... Oh, if this document is a lost cause wet dream? No, it's not really a lost... It's not really lost cause so much as it's trying to... It's slavery apologia, as in apologism. They're trying to be like, well, everybody else was doing it, as if that somehow excuses it. Let alone the fact that, we were pretty late to abolish slavery. Most of Europe had abolished slavery long before the U.S. So, we'll see how they deal with that, or if they deal with that at all. They just randomly put a picture of Lincoln in here without explanation or even, context. For a history document, that's kind of troubling. If I can turn down the music a bit. Okay, sorry, I did not see that request. Let me turn it down a little bit. How is that? Did it get better? Do I need to turn it down a little bit more? Just a little lower? Hold on a second. Put it at negative 45 decibels. How is that? Cool. All right. So, now we have just a little bit of background music to, lighten up the mood while we read this terrible paper. This is not supposed to be an academic paper. This is a paper that was put out by the White House on Martin Luther King Day. This was Trump's culmination of his whole patriotic education initiative, using the 1776 Commission. It is terrible. Terrible. But that's why it's kind of fun to read through. Plus, I need to read through all of it eventually, because we're doing a live stream on it, on my YouTube channel eventually. Oh, that reminds me, for the mods on here, there are now commands for, like, when people ask about the Discord, you can just put Discord and it'll do that. So, useful links like that. I can come up with a... I need to read the appendices too? No, I don't want to read the appendices. Why? You guys just want to watch me, like, you want to watch me cause self-harm, don't you? Pet King Richard. Let's see if we can get King Richard real quick. He's sitting on the back of the couch right now. He's sitting... Can I turn the screen enough? Just barely. Yeah, see, he's sitting over there. Hold on a second. should get it. Come get it. Go get it, boy. Go get it. Go get it. King is trying to be coy as he waits for his koi. Alright. Alright. Here is King Richard the First. You want to say something, boy? No? It's like, why are you making me do this, human? But, so, what is this historian doing in my cat stream? So let's get right to it then. Where we left off is right here. So it is important to remember that as a question of practical politics, no durable union could have been formed without a compromise among the states on the issue of slavery. True. Is it reasonable to believe that slavery could have been abolished sooner had the slave states not been in the union with the free? No freaking duh, but all of the states were slave states in 1776. Like, yeah. See, this is the fun of it. Every single line is just terrible. The first state to abolish slavery was Pennsylvania in 1780. So, good job on the research there, guys. Can't even remember the name of the commission that they're working for. All right. But what is the momentous? What is momentous is that a people that included slaveholders founded their nation on the proposition that all men are created equal. This is kind of the point that it's kind of hypocritical, is it not? Hello, another historian. So, continuing on. So, why did they say that without immediately abolishing slavery? To establish the principle of consent as the ground of all political legitimacy, and that doesn't exactly work. Consent to the governed is a thing, but like they're using it in like the neoliberal sense, where it's like, you know, taxation is theft. You know, that's not what they were doing. I don't know. Let's not dig into the weeds. But also in Lincoln, there they go again, just randomly bringing up Lincoln. That should be like a drinking game, just like anytime they bring up Lincoln for no reason. Friggin', you know, Lincoln was not part of the founding of the Republic. How can you guys be this dumb? Yeah, and it is really, like, they do really mean all white land-holding men. And it's crazy that this commission actually thinks that, like, they actually meant all men. Like, it's very obvious that that's not what they meant. You know, that's what the words say, but that's not what the intent of those words were. You know, words have a meaning well outside of intent, but, you know, if you're just going off of intent, it's pretty obvious they did not mean frickin' all men. They didn't even mean all white men. They meant landholding men. You know, people of status. Because all of the founders were elitists. The foundation of our republic planted the seeds of the death of slavery in America. You know, there's other Americas. Like, you know that there's such a place as, like, Mexico and Canada and the rest of Latin America. You know, obviously they mean the U.S., but, you know, when you're using it in that sense, you better be clear in the way that you're writing it. The Declaration's unqualified proclamation of human equality flatly contradicted the existence of human bondage. Yeah, true. But you don't seem to be grappling with the problem of that. According to the Commission, only American Civil War and Revolution happened. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they haven't brought up Ronald Reagan a bunch of times either. Yeah, what about non-Christian men? I mean, there weren't many Muslims, but there were definitely some prominent Jews. You know, like, what, those people don't count? You know, that's actually a huge problem with the founding and that First Amendment, because states didn't have the First Amendment applied to them until the 14th Amendment. So you had a right to free speech only against the federal government. But state governments, the First Amendment did not apply to them. Indeed, the movement to abolish slavery that first began in the United States, in italics for some reason, led the way in bringing about the end of legal slavery. No duh. Benjamin Franklin was president of the Pennsylvania Society of Promoting, and John Jay was the president. John Jay was a slaveholder, by the way, so, also, frickin' Benjamin Franklin was, too, so, although Franklin wrote about, how he deeply, he felt that he felt deeply ashamed of having owned a slave at points in his life. John Adams opposed slavery. Yep, that's true. And then randomly Frederick Douglass, who does not become a prominent figure in the U.S. until the late 1840s, early 1850s. Like, his book wasn't published until, like, 1851, I think? But Frederick Douglass had been born a slave, like, what does this have to do with it? He initially condemned the Constitution, but after studying its history came back to insist that it was a glorious, liberating document. Kind of. He did that after the Civil War. I mean, like, sure, it did become a glorious liberty document once the 13th Amendment had been added. I swear, it's like these people don't know that there's a difference between 1776 and 1861. Like, they have trouble counting. I'm just going to call you Goat. Who wrote this crap? Trump's Commission for Patriotic Education. Yeah, are you expecting accuracy from ideologues? No. but they're actually supposed to all be historians writing this. I question their professionalism. Like, how can you be a professional historian and write this crap? I have no idea. And yet, over the course of the first half of the 19th century, well, they are admitting that there is some other time other than the Revolution and the Civil War. A growing number of Americans increasingly denied the truth at the heart of the founding. What truth? Famously rejected the Declaration's principle of equality as the most dangerous of all political error. They can't even crop the quote right. If that's just there should be a freaking there should be brackets and it should say S at the end of it if they're going to freaking if they're going to quote it, but like they just don't quote it right. To this rejection, Calhoun added a new theory in which rights inhere to not in every individual by the laws of nature and nature's God, but in groups or races according to... he didn't exactly claim that, but okay. Was a positive good and specifically to prevent lawful majorities from stopping the spread of slavery, blah, blah, blah. And quote out of context. Oh, yeah, just suddenly, Lincoln. This should be a block quote. And, like, random Calvin Coolidge up here. What does Calvin Coolidge have to do with anything? Like, it's just bouncing around the place for no clear reason. This conflict was resolved, but at a cost of more than 600,000 lives. Constitutional amendments were passed to abolish slavery, grant blah blah blah, yeah. These indeed are the direct ancestors of some of the destructive theories that today... Wait, what? Yet the damage done by the denial of core American principle and by the attempted substitution of a theory of group rights... What the hell? Are they trying to say that They're trying to say that Calhoun was a socialist. What the hell? Oh my god. This makes no sense. And here's the fun part, the one I've been looking forward to. Let's see how they handle progressivism. Oh, man. Like, how do you come up with the idea that John C. Calhoun was arguing that groups are and substitute the theory of group rights and their place provoked widespread and long-lasting, yeah, whatever. That they're trying to say that it's like groups versus individuals here. Like, that's not what Calhoun was talking about at all. Like, what kind of simplistic view is this? But, you know, neoliberalism, it's a hell of a drug. So, in the decades that followed the Civil War, in response to the Industrial Revolution and expansion of urban society, many American elites adopted a series of ideas to address these challenges called progressivism. Although not all of one piece and not without its practical merits, the political thought of progressivism held that the times had moved far beyond the founding era and that contemporary society was too what? That... No, that's not what progressivism is about at all. It's about trying to progress those founding principles. Not move away from them. What? Oh god, is that what they're going to be using as the whole angle, that progressivism was trying to get rid of, like, the founding fathers? Like, they seriously don't understand the word progress. Like, is it really... Are they really that dumb? I mean, I shouldn't be asking that question. I know they are. And just think, this is only page 12. So, progressives believe that America's original software... The hell... The founding documents were no longer capable of operating America's vastly more complex... So, these late 19th and early 20th century politicians were using metaphors for computer software. That's a mixed metaphor at best. As a computer scientist, Loki's like, this makes no sense. Frickin', So the, this is, just confusing, to say the least. The advance of industrial society that had emerged since the founding. Yeah. More significantly, the progressives held that truths were not permanent, but only relative to their... Do they think that progressivism is postmodernism? What the hell? So, apparently, Teddy Roosevelt was a postmodernist, according to these guys. Which is just... They rejected the self-evident truth of the Declaration that all men are created. Do they have to keep on rewriting that over and over again? Like, it is so bad. Oh, I can actually bring up a dashboard on my phone. That's cool. Didn't know I could do that. Huh. That's useful. So... Did Jordan Peterson write this? No, I think somehow Jordan Peterson isn't capable of being this dumb. Like, he has some wonky ass views, but like, he is not this kind of dumb. Although he is the one pushing the whole like postmodern neo-Marxism thing, which is just like such a contradiction in terms. As one prominent progressive historian wrote in 1922, I'm going to find that quote. Let's find out who this is to ask whether the natural rights philosophy of Declaration of Independence is true or false is essentially a meaningless question. Yeah, it is. Let's find out where this is coming from. Okay, that is not in here. Oop. Oh, it's Becker. Nice. I love Carl Becker. He's a great historian. And I don't know if you could call Carl Becker a progressive. He was way ahead of his time. That's weird. But also, how does this prove moral relativism? Like, they're just saying that frickin' natural rights philosophy cannot be proven. Instead, progressives believed there were only group rights that are... Here we go again. Group rights. This is... This is, terrible, to say the least. Okay. Indeed, society has the power and obligation not only to define and grant new rights, but also to take old rights away as the country... What? To take old rights away. This has nothing to do with progressivism. Based on this false understanding... You're one to talk about false understanding. Why won't it let me highlight? Dang it! There we go. Designed a new system of government, apparently. So they just, like, took away the Constitution altogether, apparently. Like, Theodore Roosevelt, frickin', McKinley got shot, and frickin' Theodore Roosevelt came in and just went, like, alright, time for a new Constitution. That other one, we got rid of it. Somehow. It's gone now. So, instead of securing fundamental rights grounded in nature, government operating under a new theory of the living constitution should constantly evolve to... This is a term from not Thomas Jefferson, from frickin', I just did a video about him, I can't remember his... Alexander Hamilton. This is... Freaking what? This is just this is kind of a look into the mind of like how neocons think. You know, this is a look into the way that how their distorted reality, how they filter everything through this hazy realm of individuality and frickin' and that progress is a usurpation of the founding. You know, that they literally cannot think, you know, they cannot actually see history, so they have to make it up instead. It's, you know, as the Trump administration started off with, alternative facts. You know, instead of actually like looking at the evidence and, you know, weighing how the narrative should be told, they have a preconceived notion, and they are going to distort everything they possibly can to demonize anything that isn't conservatism. I don't know if it was printed. I don't know how to say that name. But this is the PDF that was put up on the White House's website. It is now taken down because the Biden administration is not that stupid. Like, the Bowling Green Massacre, yeah. That crap is hilarious. Oh, they're bringing up Woodrow Wilson. Let's see what this goes into. In order to keep up with these changes, the government would be run more and more by credentialed managers. Okay, they're talking about technocracy. That's more of a, you know, Reagan-Bush kind of thing. Not really progressivism. I mean, you could kind of argue that, I guess. But, who would direct society through rules and regulation. Oh my god, I know what they're going with this. They're going to try to say that the Fed is freaking taking over the government. Let's see. Before he became president of the United States, Woodrow Wilson laid out this new system whereby the functions of government are in a very real sense independent of the legislation and even constitutions. He's talking about Britain. He's talking about Britain. Did you not read what? They're quoting Woodrow Wilson's. Dissertation here, and they can't even understand it. Like, he's not. Like, how do you? I can't compute this stupidity. Like, Wilson was not saying that this is how, like, the new government would be run. He was saying that's how Britain is run. Like, he came from a parliamentarian freaking professor. That was his professor that signed the freaking headline on his dissertation. Did you even look at it? Like, Wilson actually thought that Britain had a better form of government. Yeah, that's true. But what does that have to do with progressivism and, like, them changing our government? But here it is, meaning that this new view of government, he's referring to a government that precedes ours. I'm already starting to have trouble computing how stupid this is. I feel like I should be, like, 3 of those drinks in already. Far from creating an omniscient body of omniscient body. Government is now God. It is God. Worship at the feet of Woodrow Wilson. Oh my god. Led only by pragmatism and science with scare quotes. There's scare quotes in a freaking government document about history. What the hell? The only time I have seen, like, in textbooks where they use scare quotes, it's almost exclusively around the term peculiar institution. Like, that's about the only time I ever see it. Never pragmatism, which is a very real thing, and science, which is a very real thing. Like, especially, like, pragmatism was actually, is not practicality. Like, they're not even using the word pragmatism correctly here. Pragmatism is a theory of knowledge. Like, what the hell? Though I guess you could argue that pragmatism definitely did lead to progressivism. But, boy, they are butchering that. Yeah. Omniscient body. What the hell? How can a group of humans be omniscient? Don't say technology and social media. This is how, you know, this 1776 commission thinks. They think that progressivism is trying to create, like, omniscient technocrats. What? Like, technocracy is normally associated with, like, Bush, Clinton, and Bush Jr. Like, it's not, like, some sort of, you know, progressive thing. Like, I mean, I don't think you could call Clinton a conservative, but he certainly wasn't a social liberal. He was a neoliberal. Yeah, King of Nuance. Yeah, I feel like I need to be drinking a lot more just to get through this. Oh my god, it's a shadow government! We got a conspiracy theory, guys! Imagine calling yourself a historian and engaging in this kind of crap. Never faces elections and today operates largely without checks and balances. What government? What are they talking about? What branch? What are they talking about? Like, are they just talking about, like, amounts to a fourth, like, branch? Like, what? What part of the bureaucracy are they referring to? The founders always opposed government. Not always. Hamilton was actually quite keen on it. Oh, I should probably write that as a different kind of note. Hold on. I put that as a highlight, and it should be a strikeout. There we go. Just like Walmart is a department of is part of the Department of Defense, like, that. Oh yeah, I'll bet you, King of Nuance, that that these guys don't believe in the party switch. I guarantee it, because we're about to hit fascism, and I guarantee you they're about to equate fascism with communism and progressivism. Oh, yeah, I can already see it. The ideological cousins. How? Like, are they just saying that, like, fascism, 20th century fascism and communism are totalitarian? Then yeah, okay. But totalitarianism is a term that was made up in the late 1940s, after the war, after the defeat of fascism. It doesn't really apply here if you're trying to say that they're ideological cousins. Like, and thanks Loki for clipping that. I'm guessing that's where I'm like, we've got conspiracism. So what united both totalitarian? Yep, I knew it. I knew it right there. Is the utter disdain for natural rights and free people. Me brain hurts. Oh my lord. Oh, it really does hurt the soul, doesn't it? At least we get to be on here and make fun of it together, right? Though, you know, if you want to drink along. So, fascism first arose in Italy under the dictatorship of Benito Mussolini, largely in response to the rise of Bolshevism in Russia. Whatever. Like the progressives, Mussolini sought to centralize... What? Can somebody at least explain where this logic comes from? Like, I mean, here they're clearly frickin' trying to say that, like, progressives, Nazis, well, progressives, fascists, and communists are one and the same. All power, corporate and political, would be exercised by the state and directed towards the same goal. What? Fascism didn't try to centralize corporate power? What? Individual rights and freedoms hold no purchase under fascism. I mean, it does for particular people, just not for others. You know? That's the problem with it. It's like they fundamentally don't understand that fascism is, you know, inherently alienating. Like, that's the whole point. Is to have a nation that, and everything that isn't within that nation can be excluded safely. You know, and to centralize the power of that one nation. That's fascism. You can't talk about fascism without talking about nationalism, and yet somehow they're doing it. Eventually, Adolf Hitler in Germany wed this militant and dehumanizing political movement to his pseudoscientific theory of Aryan racial supremacy, and Nazism was born. Okay, well, we got a little bit of explaining racism, but not talking about, nationalism. Obviously, Italy wasn't talking about that. What was Mussolini talking about? I believe you can find that if you just keyword search the word nation. But that would require these people to actually, have read anything that they're quoting. I love how the comments are just filled with, what? Huh? Seriously? Seriously, it's I can't believe how bad this is. Oh, hey, we got Reagan in there. Got good old Ronnie Reagan kind of poking up from the bottom there. Let's find out if they even make a reference. Oh, it's communism, so of course Reagan, somehow defeated communism by saying that, he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, and then he turned around and just started punching it to death. The Nazi juggernaut quickly conquered much of Europe. The rule of the Axis powers is not a government based upon the consent of the governed, said President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It is not a union of ordinary, self-respecting men and women, blah, 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 yeah. It's an unholy alliance, yeah. Before the Nazis could threaten America in our own hemisphere, the United States built an arsenal of democracy. First time they've mentioned democracy in this entire thing. First mention of democracy. Oh, thank you, crafty mom. I don't know where King is. Yeah, that's the sound of King jumping up on the desk, and I had to jump a little bit because sometimes he'll just randomly go "Hi, I'm here." Where is he? Oh, he's sleeping over there on the couch. There we go. You can't really see him, but he's a little lump in between the two pillows. Let's see if we can move him while he's, cozied up. But first I have to finish this note. America rose up, sending millions of troops across the ocean to preserve freedom. Let's go see if we can find King real quick. Sleepy kitty. It's like, why am I awake? Because you have been summoned. Can at least have him in the corner there. Get the kitty in the corner. He can defeat some of this stupidity. Oh wow! Thank you, your face. I don't know how to. I still don't know how to say your name. I have definitely seen you in the comments of my channel and on Patreon and stuff. So thank you. Yeah, I don't really know what that actually does. Sorry, I'm still new to this whole thing. I just figured out how to put that the custom sounds today. Up and King is doing the most dignified thing a cat can do. I don't think I can get this to point in a better direction so that you guys can actually see. Oh, there you go. Now you can see King. He got woken up, so that means it's shower time. Yep. And I'm getting a shower too. Isn't that cute? Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Oh, it is your face. Okay, so I have been saying it correctly. Welcome to Twitch. This happens. Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll get better at it. So let's keep going because this is just. I'm actually kind of having fun. This is so stupid. It's fun. Thank you, Crafty Mom. So everywhere American troops went, they embodied in their own ranks and brought with them the principles of the Declaration, liberating peoples and restoring freedom. Yet while fascism died in 1945 with the collapse of the Axis powers, it quickly replaced by a new threat. The rest of the 20th century was defined by the United States' mortal and moral battle against the forces of communism. Mortal and moral battle. Now that's a deeply orthodox view of the Cold War. Like, this is so so I've been reading a bit on the origin of the Cold War. I'm going to be making an episode about that sometime in the summer. And I'm, reading on it. And I was reading Arthur Schlesinger. I'm going to need to learn how to say that correctly because I'm going to say his name many times in that episode. But he would find this, like...
Alright, I am back. Hopefully it is properly working this time. Let me just check. Yep, cool. So, I am stuck on my laptop because my RAM is so abysmal on my on my desktop that I have to deal with it by doing this. The problem is that means that I have only my phone to watch the actual chat while I'm streaming a full screen. So, this is going to be a bit tricky. That's just the way it goes. But I'll try to keep responding to stuff as I'll just keep that there on my laptop as we move to a much more comfortable position where we can see the cat as well. Whoop, too many cables. Somebody is being lazy because he likes to sit here on the edge of the thing. Give us a look at your face, boy. He's like, no, I don't want to be on camera. My PC didn't want to suffer through all this. Yeah, you're right, Tyler. I I do not watch sports, so I don't even get that reference, King of Nuance. But the Um, but indeed, he will probably stay there the entire time. Either that, or he'll suddenly decide that he wants to be on my keyboard, and that's a bit of a problem. Uh, he's been realizing that, a laptop is nice and warm, and he also likes to sit on my lap and all that, of course. So that makes things difficult as well. uh, but uh, to get straight to the point, why don't we? Well, first, actually, we need the thing that will allow me to cope through all of this BS. A good beer. An absolute requirement for, keeping sane. Uh, one of the two things, either really lazy or really annoying. They can do both at the same time, too. For instance, oh, hey, look, he's watching now. He's just like keeping an eye on everyone. You did right, boy. You did right. Yeah, that's a spot. Oh, we lost his eyes. He's about to go to sleep right there. Oh, that's the spot. Oh no, he turned away. Also, today I will be uh drinking a kind of weird beer. It's a um Kentucky Vanilla Bean Cream Ale, and it's barrel aged. Um, so hopefully this will help make us make it through, because the next part of the 1776 commission that we have to go through is the is on communism. So, oh boy, now we get to find out that everything's communist. um, and we'll have a bit of cat butt in the background, as is required. let Let me switch it to uh, this, and we'll go to here. So hopefully I can keep track of the comments with my phone. So I'm sorry if I don't respond quickly enough, or to all the various sounds that comes from this thing. Um, and I'm very glad to hear that Gus Steifer, is that how you say that? Um, and that's cool. I'm glad I've done that for you. Uh, oh no, my phone doesn't want to stay up here. I need to get it back for this phone so that it'll stay in place. Cipherception. So now we have to see what what they believe communism is. We already saw how, well, dumb their take was on fascism. That fascism was really about, the group over the individual, and, never even mentioned nationalism once. Even though that's kind of the core thing to fascism, is nationalism. It's often called ultranationalism. So, come suffer with me as we read what communism supposedly is. So, communism seems to preach a radical or extreme form of human equality. Radical. radical. Radical or extreme human equality. There's normal human equality, and then there's radical human equality. Oh, man. Oh, no. It's not... There we go. double click. It's different computer, different version of Adobe Reader. So, what's normal? The page is very zoomed in. Is it too zoomed in for you guys to see? You can't see the entire page. Well, yeah, we're just reading through it, so I can only stream at 720, so gotta zoom in enough for you guys to be able to actually see what's being said, that I'm not just making this stuff up, you know? It's cut off on the right. Oh, I see. What the heck? Alright, well, suffer with me for a little bit as I try to fix this. Sorry, guys. That's why. That should be better. Now you guys could probably see it just fine. I thought you guys were saying it was too zoomed in terms of the actual PDF. And also it seems that the comments are about 5 seconds delayed. It's not too bad. So let's continue on. But at its core, wrote Karl Marx, is the idea of the class struggle as the immediate driver of the force of history, and particularly the class struggle between the bourgeois and the proletariat. I don't think they're quoting him, because Marx had a whole idea that you know, the class struggle between the bourgeois and the proletariat is a particularly modern struggle. That before that, it was a class struggle between peasants and nobility, and before that, it was between ancients and slaves. So yeah. Anyways, in the communist mind, people are not born equal and free. They are defined entirely by their class. Okay, sure. Whatever. Under communism, the purpose of the government is not to secure rights at all. Instead, the goal is for a class struggle. The goal of the government is class struggle? What? Like, I don't get it. Necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. That, by the way, I could tell already they're using that as a sentence splice, not just to insert that, but as in they're splicing together multiple sentences. It's pretty freaking obvious. And that's about one of the most disingenuous things you can do with these brackets. So, they can't quote correctly. By its very nature, this class struggle would be violent. Not by its... what nature? Oh, yeah. Actually, Loki, Marx did in fact talk about the dictatorship of the proletariat, so that's not specifically a Lenin quote. So, let's just get the quotes. The radical rejection of human dignity spread through. What? I, where are they getting this idea? uh. Yeah, exactly, King Nuance. While violent revolution is absolutely a part of the whole idea of the inevitable revolution, there's also the possibility of peaceful revolution. Marx did not specify that there's only one way a revolution can happen. He wasn't trying to make some sort of blueprint for revolution. He was trying to predict it so-called scientifically. Anybody who thinks that you can predict revolution scientifically is not exactly being genuine. But they have um, you know more of at least a bent towards trying to understand rather than to say this is the way things should be. That's kind of the whole rejection that Marx had between him, where he called it scientific socialism, and his predecessor socialists, who he called utopian socialists, because they were dreaming of utopias rather than trying to understand the present. How well he understood the present is up for debate, but that is his goal, and they can't even get that right here. Alright, and straight to Russia. Frickin' somehow it goes straight from Marx to Russia. Nothing in between. Those internationals, they didn't happen. In Russia, the bloody Bolshevik bloody. It was bloodless. The February Revolution was more bloody than the Bolshevik Revolution. What? Pour one out for Kerensky. What the heck happened at the... thank you, Izzy City. I still don't quite know what those things do yet, but let's continue on with this. Let's just push through the pain. Communism understands itself as a universal movement of global conquest. What? Revolution is not conquest. How do they say this when their name is literally 1776? It's called the 1776 Commission. Global conquest and communist dictatorships eventually seized power throughout much of Europe and Asia, and in significant parts of there was in fact plenty of Soviet conquest. Let's not mince words here, but the idea that literally their quest for global revolution which they say constantly, isn't some sort of... Uh-oh. We have a king trying to get on the keyboard. Oh, nope, he wants to sit on my legs. So, now I'm extra stuck. You guys can't see it, but King is now directly on the other side of the camera, sitting on my legs, because that's what he does. Yeah, and you're right, King of Nuance. It is basically imperialism that they're trying to define, which, you know, nobody should say that the Soviet Union wasn't an empire. But that's equally applicable to the US. So, you know, you don't get to play games when labeling other things as empires and go, but we're not. We're the land of liberty. Yep. And now King's moving over here. Say hello, King. See? Yawn. Cute little guy. Not an empire. Go to Gulag. So, led by the Soviet Union, communism even threatened or aspired to threaten. They can't even admit to the US having some sort of threat. They have to say, like, what is this? What it could not achieve through force of arms, it attempted through... Oh, Jesus. It's about to say that, like, the civil rights movement is a communist frickin' plot. Communism did not succeed in fomenting revolution in America, but communism's relentless anti-American, anti-Western, and atheistic propaganda did inspire thousands and perhaps millions to reject and despise the inspired millions. Oh, it's that propaganda telling people how to think. They're incapable of thinking on their own. No independent thought for you. So basically, if you think that, you know, there's problems with the US, it's because you've been informed by communists who are subverting us, and, you know, that you can't think for yourself, because obviously you're wrong. So, yeah, I mean, this is pretty much John Birch society. Like, this is hilarious, though. Well, America and his allies eventually won the Cold War. This legacy of anti-Americanism is... This legacy of anti-Americanism is by no means entirely a memory, but still pervades much of academia. Academia is coming to get us, everyone! And the intellectual and cultural spheres. Oh boy. We've got ourselves frickin' press the wrong button. We got ourselves a frickin' cultural Marxism argument. Good lord. Those damn postmodern neo-Marxists, you're coming to take away our children and our guns. and our slaves. Oh boy, this is so badly disingenuous. The increasingly accepted economic theory of socialism, while less violent than communism, is inspired by the same flawed philosophy and leads down the same dangerous path. Yes. Allowing the state to seize private property and redistribute wealth as the governing elite see fit. Oh, okay, so that's the thing that they're afraid of. Their property being taken. They're afraid of redistribution. Now they let it slip. They want to hold their gotta hoard your wealth. To save America. If you're not hoarding your wealth, you're not a true American. At least according to President Donald J. Trump. For generations, America stood as the bulwark against global communism. Kinda, yeah. Our Cold War victory was owing not only to our superior technology, economy, and military. In the end, America won because the Soviet Union was built upon a lie, as President Ronald Reagan said. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares? And then racism and identity politics. Oh, boy. This gets, let's see how they handle this. Considering how they handled slavery, this is gonna be, quite a trip. Alright, so let's... So I can't quite... It's hard to keep up with the comments since, I have it only on my phone. So I'm sorry if I'm not responding to everything I can. Anyways, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, passed after the Civil War, brought an end to legal slavery. Blacks enjoyed... They're not gonna say, like, black people. Really? Just gonna start off saying blacks? Like, it is actually, like, academically okay to use the word blacks to refer to black people as a general group, but typically it's the same thing as, like, with American Indian. You don't say Indian right off the bat. You say American Indian, and then you shorten it after the first instance. It's the same thing as, like, whenever you say United States. You don't start off with U.S. in a paper. You say United States, and then from then on you can use the term U.S. You can't start like that. It's really bad handwriting. Really bad writing, and also kind of displays a disdain for the group being described. So, yikes. That's literally the second sentence in. Blacks enjoyed a new equality and freedom, voting for and holding elective office in the states across the Union, but it did not bring an end to racism or to the unequal treatment of blacks everywhere. So are they gonna... I bet you they're gonna blame the Democrats and say, like, oh, it's the same party with the KKK. And random picture of MLK down there. Remember, this was actually released on MLK's birthday. So, just think about that. So, despite the determined effort of the post-war Reconstruction Congress, to establish civil equality for freed slaves. The postbellum South ended up devolving into a system that was hardly better than slavery. Yeah, they're getting it a little good. The system enmeshed freedmen in the relationship of extreme dependency and used poll taxes, literacy taxes, and violence of vigilante groups like the Ku Klux Klan. They are mixing 4 decades of history here. The Ku Klux Klan ended in 1872. The first poll tax was instituted in 1888. The first literacy test was instituted in 1899. I know these dates right off the top of my head, and yet somehow they are unable to distinguish between 1872 and 1899. Although it does help that I literally just taught a class on Reconstruction yesterday, so a lot of these dates are off the top of my head because I happen to have taught about it. Jim Crow laws enforced the strict segregation of the races and gave legal standing in some states to a pervasive subordination of blacks. Alright. It would take a national movement composed of people from different races, ethnicities, nationalities, blah blah blah, to fully committed to ending legal discrimination. The civil rights movement culminated in the 1960s with the passage of 3 major legislative reforms affecting segregation, voting, and housing rights. The housing rights one is a bit weird. Yep. It seemed finally that Americans' nearly 2-century effort to realize fully the principles of the Declaration had reached a culmination. But the heady spirit of the original civil rights movements, whose leaders forcefully quoted the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the rhetoric of the founders and of Abraham Lincoln, Gotta get Lincoln in there for some reason. See how they just keep on jumping from, like, the founders to Lincoln and back? Like, these are the only things that exist. The civil rights movement was almost immediately turned to programs that ran counter to the lofty ideals of the founders. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Sounds like they're about to say that soup kitchens challenge civil rights. So, the ideas that drove this change had been growing in America for decades. This is starting, like, I just had to read a bunch of stuff from Mein Kampf for an episode that's coming out next week, and I kid you not, this sounds exactly like the parts of Mein Kampf right here. Getting a little Hitlery here. Among the distortions was the abandonment of non-discrimination and equal opportunity in favor of group rights. Oh, here we go again, group rights. Freaking not unlike they're associating pro-slavery with, oh my god, they're literally associating the civil rights movement with pro-slavery movement of the 1830s, 40s, and 50s. Like, whoa! Oh man! Imagine the mental gymnastics it takes to freaking associate those two. Oh, good lord. Literally associating the civil rights movement pro-slavery. How do you do that? This is incredible. I need a drink. Okay, so the justification for reversing the promise of colorblind. Oh, there it is. Colorblind. So, see, the funny thing is, nobody really was advocating for complete colorblindness. You know, when MLK was talking about, from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, saying freaking, you know, judge not the people by their color, but by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, right? He wasn't saying, like, just completely ignore that racial differences exist. Like, the whole thing is that he was saying that we need to get to a point where people are materially equal. Like, MLK was very much a socialist. And, you know, when he's talking about disparities in race, he's talking about, like, material outcome. Like, so calling for colorblind civil rights was never part of the civil rights movement. Actually, I'll bet you they do mention reparations, Tyler. The wait, there's a problem with Nightbot settings being super high. I don't know what that is referring to, Enderman. Judge them by their DLC purchase. Yeah, I'll bet you they will be talking about reparations here because, you know, they're gonna freaking be like, and look at these people trying to say stuff about reparations, and they'll just get the whole thing wrong. I'm not actually, like, a fan of the whole reparations thing. Like, it needs to be a much more nuanced thing than just, you know, a racial stimulus check. But, like, they're gonna butcher that so badly, because, I mean, what have they done well here thus far? Like, we're only on page 15. There's like 30 pages. So the colorblind discrimination requires present effort or affirmative action. And preferential treatment to overcome long accrued inequalities. Yeah, that's actually kind of true. Preferential treatment is a mean way of phrasing it, but, like, you're not wrong. Those forms of preferential treatment built up in our system over time, first in administrative rulings, then executive orders. What? Later in congressionally passed law, and finally sanctified by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has actually ruled against affirmative action quite a bit. Like, for instance, it's illegal to have quota systems, and that's ruled as unconstitutional. today, far from a regime of equal natural rights for equal citizens enforced by equal blah blah blah, we have moved toward a system of explicit group privilege that in the name of social justice demands equal... Oh, good lord. Move towards a system of explicit group privilege. Just let that sink in for a little bit. System of explicit group privilege. I'm pretty sure this is being written by a white man, and I don't think he really understands how privileged he is. The SJWs are taking their freedom. They're gonna take your guns and our slaves. I didn't really think about that. The same argument about, like, the government coming to take your guns, coming to take your rights, and all that kind of stuff is literally the same argument as the government is coming to take your slaves. Yeah, black people are the privileged ones. Yeah, that's what this is trying to say. Dear fuck, my brain. Could you imagine if this guy had somehow gotten re-elected? Like, the world of hurt we would have been in a frickin' in a second-term Trump presidency. Oh, Jesus. Eventually, this regime of formal inequality would come to be known as identity. Regime of formal inequality came to be known as identity politics. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. This stepchild of earlier rejection of the founding identity politics. Oh, they have an entire appendix on identity politics. Oh, I might have to read that one. That it's almost too good to pass up. That's terrible. Like, I don't want to read it though. I don't want to read any more of this. I want to get through it and get done. This is so terrible. Are you not entertained? This is the opposite of King's hope that his children would live in a nation, blah blah blah. Yeah, apply the character content to their character. Yep. Knew that quote was coming in. And denies that all are endowed with the blah blah. Come on. They are like just hugging that frickin' declaration. Even though that declaration that is not repeated in the Constitution anywhere. Just like identity politics makes it less likely that the racial reconciliation and healing can be attained by pursuing... How? They haven't even said. Like, that black people are privileged, and that's why? Are they saying that white people are oppressed? Is that what they're saying? This is so bad. The task of national review. I don't even know what this is referring to, so let's see where this takes us. All the good things we see around us, from the physical infrastructure to our high standard of living to our high standard of living. We have one of the lowest standards of living in the Western world. Are direct results of America's unity, stability, and justice, all of which in turn rests on the bedrock of our founding principles. Yet, today, our country is in danger of throwing this inheritance away. Yeah. Especially when you lead an insurrection at the Capitol. This was released after the insurrection. Think about that. Are we winning? They're counting standard of living as lead exposure. That's so true. The choice before us now is clear. Will we choose the truths of the Declaration, or will we fall prey to the false theories that have led to too many nations to tyranny? It is our mission, all of us, to restore our nation and unity by rekindling a brave and honest love for our country and brave and honest love. I'm pretty sure you can't have, honest appreciation for anything if you deny the problems. And by raising a new generation of citizens who not only know the self-evident truths of our founding, but act worthy of them. This is where this is obviously the polemic part. Not really going to get anything out of this part, probably. Families and schools. This is basically, we need to teach our kid. Does anybody think about the children? Yep. This is, this includes restoring patriotic education. There's the word. This doesn't mean ignoring the faults in our past. You've been doing a lot of that. Too late. So, here's probably where they're, being like, but we have to teach our children, otherwise they'll become socialists. Ah! Yeah, like, more like National Socialists. Yeah, that's where this is going. I mean, they tried to storm the Capitol. And just think, the beer hall push was in 1923. The Enabling Acts was 1933. So between 1923 and 1933, a decade, they went from the laughingstock of a failed coup to, Nazi Germany. Well, we just had a laughing stock of a failed coup. What does a decade from now look like? So let's, yeah, as everybody's already said, patriotism is not ignoring the faults of one's country. That's called nationalism. They can't, it's really hard for people to tell the difference between patriotism and nationalism, but it's actually really easy. One is exclusionary, one is not. If you're a patriot, you're not trying to say that anybody who isn't patriotic should go away. What you are saying is that your country can do good. But that's a very real difference from nationalism, as in anyone who's not patriotic shouldn't be part of this country. Love it or leave it, as they like to say. Love it or leave it is explicit nationalism. That Viking guy's gonna publish Mein Kampf V2. Oh man. You know there's gonna be some like QAnon manifestos and everything after all this. Especially once Twitter banned Trump, that made them all, slink back from whence they came, but they are, festering under the skin. Just waiting for that pustule to pop. And, that pustule popping, if Germany is anywhere to follow, will happen in about a decade. So anyways, by their very nature, families are the first educators, teaching children how to treat others. This is why America's founding fathers often echoed the greatest Roman statesman Cicero in referring to the family as the seminary of the Republic. They understood what children see in their mothers and fathers' hard work and their learned dignity of labor and reward for self-discipline, dignity of labor. We'll leave that one alone. That's a bit of a frickin' rabbit hole there. They're obviously trying to reference Max Weber's crud. The Spirit of Capitalism and the Protestant Ethic. A favorite of white supremacists. Well, I mean, a most sovereign lady, Rome failed, but Rome didn't fail for a while. Cicero was in the 1st century, so, they had a good 300 years ahead of them. If America lasts for that long, that would be a pretty good run. And that's not even talking about like the Eastern Roman Empire, which lasted until 1453. So, from like 300 BC to 1453, that's 2 millennia. That's a long run for a country. Seminary is just like is more like referring to religious education. So it's not really a problem. So I don't think I'm gonna find anything funny here. It's Oh, wait, no, I see something about Almighty God. And when families pray together, see? They are saying seminary. It is explicitly religious. Only Protestants are Americans. According to Trump. Families must remain strong. Yes. I don't think America really does agree with that idea, considering the First Amendment. First Amendment is pretty explicit about not having any established religion. So, no. Yeah, basically it's that L Underwood. I think that's how you say that. That yeah, this is basically just WASPism. I should put that in there. You see how like despicable of an underbelly this entire document has? Can you imagine? This is the last report that the Trump administration issued. This is the last report. Holy moly. The primary duty of schools is to teach students the basic skills needed to function in society, such as reading, writing, and mathematics. As discussed in Appendix 4, why do they keep on assigning stuff to... Can they not make an argument, like, in the body of the work? That's not what appendices are for. You don't use appendices for arguments. You use the body of the work as, like, this is something that I expect out of my college freshman. That, like, how hard is this? Use appendices for, like, tables and graphs and you know, data. You know, the appendices in my freaking master's thesis, that was, they were documents. You know, I included, like, all of the documents from the San Luis Obispo Vigilance Committee, because I had been the one to convert them digitally and to, type them out. I'm forgetting the word for typing them out. Like, that's what an appendix is for. Excess data that you don't need in the body of the work. I think I also had a table of like the timeline as well. I don't know, I haven't looked at my master's thesis in years. So, anyways, get back on topic. Educators must convey a sense of enlightened patriotism. Enlightened patriotism. So this is the new word for nationalism, apparently. A deep reverence for our liberties and a profound love of their country. This is just repeating the same crap. It's so weirdly repetitive. Like, this is supposed to be written by, like, actual, like, scholars. Wait, I have... Yeah, save it there. I didn't say save as. I said save. Good lord. Sorry about that. Um. Oh yeah, those are definitely dog whistles, King of Nuance. Um. Actual scholars are offended by your tone. Do they attend QAnon college? I think so. Like, I mean, they started this off on like page 2 with a conspiracy theory, so you know. Um, let's keep going. Make no mistake, the love we are talking about is something different from romantic or familial. Yeah, it's filial. That's what they want. Fealty. Or schools or government edicts. Like this isn't supposed to be a government edict. And just remember, people still say the Pledge of Allegiance and have been doing so for decades, every day in class. Like, I remember doing it as a kid, and now I look back on it and I remember, like, substitute teaching for a little bit and just going, like, I forgot this was a thing and it is weird and kind of gross. That we literally start the day by pledging our loyalty to the nation. Oh, the music is a bit loud. Hold on a second. Let me turn it down. Inception. Put that there. Oh, there we go. And we'll put down the music a little bit. Sorry about that. Inception. Wah! But, yeah, it was the whole thing with doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I can find out what the song is, but it requires going back to that Inception thing. It's just the music in the background is just a bunch of electro swing music from a service called Epidemic Sound. So if you just go there and search electro swing, you'll find all the stuff that's playing in the background right now. But yeah, and it I never really thought weird of it when I was of the Pledge of Allegiance when I was in school, in grade school and that. But like now, it does seem oddly nationalistic. I know its origins and why it's a thing, but like, how have we not kind of like the nation hasn't turned around and started going like, this is weird. Maybe we should stop it. Instead, it's like something to be preserved. You know, it's our peculiar institution. Hmm? Funny how a lot of that stuff ends up going back to the same arguments to support slavery. Um, it's almost like there's inherent racism built into preserving the status quo. But I'm only a historian. Um, anyways, let's continue. Wait, what about what the heck? I skipped over that. But it is love all the same, and without the deep foundation it supplies, our republic will perish. For the nation! It's like, there's only so much of this stupidity I could take. State and local governments, not the federal government, are responsible for adopting curricula that teach children the principles that unite, inspire, and ennoble all Americans. That's not... Education is not just that. Like, what? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. And just remember, public schools were not a thing at the founding of the U.S. And in fact, public schools originate from Prussia. Prussia with a P, as in Germany. Imperial Germany. Like, and they don't seem to see the irony in like how they're trying to make it sound like the founders were pro public education. It's like, no, it didn't exist at the time. Otto von public education. Preserves in 1776 by studying America's true heritage. True heritage. Highlight the thing I want you to highlight, thank you. Students learn to embrace and preserve the triumphs of their forefathers while identifying and avoiding their mistakes. Just not the mistakes that you guys seem to, like, apparently, civil rights were a mistake. According to this, at least. Oh, there's definitely some Hoover Institute influence on this, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, J. Edgar Hoover. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I would say this is much more the Hoover Institute kind of thing. Hoover Institute is a conservative think tank based out of Stanford, and they have some wacky ideas, to say the least. But they tend to focus on foreign policy. Anyways, states and school districts should reject any curriculum that promotes one-sided partisan... so, they they want they're literally telling us to reject this. And dishonor every family. Dishonor upon you. Dishonor upon you. That's how they teach. I remember it fondly when I went into my first history class in middle school at the 7th grade. Mr. So-and-so came up and started wagging his finger at us, and you're all from a dishonorable nation, and that's all you're ever going to learn in this. Dishonor upon you. Yes, I remember it well. That's what happened. A pox upon you. You could get hit by a car and you wouldn't play as much a victim as these conservatives do, right? Oh, it's so crazy. Oh, thank you. It didn't say what it was. Oh, it's a follow. Okay. Uh, Hi, Apocalypse. Um, it's weird having to do all of this on my phone. All right, so let's continue with the pain. Students who are taught to understand America's exceptional principles. Exceptional. No, no intellectual influence whatsoever. Powerful history grow into strong citizens who respect the rule of law and protect the country they know and love. Ah, yes, because respecting the rule of law when it's going to shoot you dead is, you know, something we should be teaching. Oh boy, they're talking about universities. Universities in the States are often today hotbeds of anti-Americanism, libel, and censorship that combine to generate in students and in broader culture as the very least disdain and worst outright hatred of this country. Ah, boy. Anti-Americanism. Always a fun frickin' thing. You know, the funny thing is, anti-Americanism as like a term is actually normally used specifically to target minorities. Um, you know, they'll say that like a black person complaining about police brutality is just anti-American. You shouldn't be complaining. You should take that beating like a man. And you're right, Sovereign Lady. There isn't really an answer to what anti-Americanism is. Because think about it this way. Remember, we're talking about nationalists here. They think of love it or leave it. That's the standard phrase, right? So they're actually arguing here that universities are teaching in a way that makes people no longer American. Think about what that actually entails. It's a it's a long and winding road, but we're talking very much about fascism here. They are literally trying to make MAGA youth, as somebody had already said in here. It's it's crazy. The founders insisted that universities should be at the core of preserving American republicanism by instructing students and future leaders of its true basis and still I love how they just keep on using that true word. You know, so what other basis is there that's not true? You know, reject reality so if it doesn't fit the nationalist vision. Thinking is inherently anti-fascist. Oh, unfortunately, uh, you know, fascists can be quite intelligent and can be quite adept. You know, while Trump himself is an oafish tyrant, many of his followers aren't, and that should concern you. You know, while they have slinked back away into the holes from whence they came, they are biding their time. Or biden their time. But, anyways, you can see here this this is kind of a glimpse into the mind of a Trump supporter, of MAGA head or whatever kind of term you want for the cult. It is a cult of personality. Um, and so, you know, while we're sitting here making fun of it, and it is indeed hilariously bad, do keep in mind that this is very much how they think. Like, this is a vision into the mind of Trump supporters. Um, so the hold on a second. Am I still broadcasting? Okay. It made a weird noise that oh, that was my desktop making a weird noise. All right. Yeah, screw Hawley, screw Ted Cruz. The fact that, I mean, remember when Ted Cruz was like being bullied by Trump? Remember that? And now he's like one of his most like vocal supporters. Like even people like Cruz fell for the cult of personality surrounding this, you know, tangerine Hitler. Yeah, anyways, today our higher education system does not allow the precise, does almost the precise opposite. Colleges peddle resentment and contempt for American principles and history alike. Colleges educate. That's the point. I realize this is just more of them complaining about cultural Bolshevism. In order to build up a healthy and united citizenry, scholars, students, and all Americans must reject false, fashionable ideologies and obscure facts ignore historical context. Okay, so we need to reject. They're telling us to reject this document. And story solely as one of the oppression and victimhood rather than one of imperfection, but also unprecedented achievement toward freedom, happiness, and fairness for all. Truth, justice, and the American way. It's just... So we need to reject this document. Historical revisionism, there's the word. Yeah, get it. Does not mean what you think. King Richard to send his troops. Speaking of King Richard, let's finish this paragraph and take a break and look at the and just take a long, hard freaking look at the cat who's sleeping right next to me. Unfortunately, I can't just pick up the camera because it is attached to this thing, but I'll do that in just a second. And shames Americans by highlighting only the sins of their ancestors and teaches claims of systemic racism that can only be eliminated by more discrimination. Ooh, yikes. Ooh, that's particularly bad. Claim so apparently systemic racism doesn't exist, and trying to defeat it leads to discrimination. Like, as in trying to help people and make them equal. Oh, this is so equality isn't good, apparently. You know, equal treatment in front of the law. We certainly saw that at the Capitol. You know, a crowd formed of mostly white people were faced very little resistance, very little preparation by Capitol Police, and even once the siege was taking place, we saw pictures of you saw people taking selfies with these folks, getting out of the way and just standing by as crowds of people rushed into the Capitol's crypt. And even when you had one officer come in while there were people freaking vandalizing the actual Senate chambers, there was a police officer who walked in. He comes in and just goes, "Hey guys, it's like this is a really sacred place. Can you stop it, please?" And yet, we saw just the opposite at Lafayette Square under the order of Trump. Trump ordered it to be dispersed so that he could take a frickin' photograph in front of a church. Like, the idea that somehow doesn't show that systemic racism is that somehow systemic racism isn't a thing when we can watch it on our very capital is beyond me. With an upside down Bible. Yeah, he did hold it upside down at first. And notice he didn't even go into the building. He has yet to have gone into that building. He has never gone into that building. Because, he doesn't actually believe in that kind of stuff. He doesn't care. That much is pretty freaking obvious. It's all for show. Alright, so we're almost done with this section. Deliberately destructive scholarship shatters the civic bonds that unite all America. It's a war for the soul of America, as the culture war says. It silences the discord essential to free society by breeding division, distrust, and hatred among citizens. And it is the intellectual force behind so much of the violence in our cities, suppression of free speech in our universities, and defamation. I mean, this is just your standard, that standard culture wars rhetoric. To restore our society. Restore. Gotta talk about that mythic past. Academics must return to their vocation of relentlessly pursuing the truth and engaging. That's what they're doing. It's always funny. It's not truth unless it conforms to nationalism. I'm about to run out of beer. Oh, I'm not quite there, but let's take a break and just move the camera onto the kitty. So hold on. Ah. Oh, yeah. This whole thing is going to be a. I actually was just talking with a professor about how he has been worried about like teaching a class on American violence for years, and now he's going to be teaching a class directly in response to the Capitol riots on this. So it's like it's actually getting academics to take more attention and kind of dig into this past violence. Um, Now I will keep the music going, but figure might as well put a vision of the kitty um, while I go and grab some more beer. Let's see if we can wake him up. Hey, King. King. Hey there. Hey there, little guy. He's a cute little guy. He's gonna go right back to sleep, though. Now, hold on a second while I go and grab some more beer. I'll be back. Need headphones. Duh. Alright. I am back. Let me put this here. Decided to go with the cheap stuff now. Because this doesn't deserve good beer. New Vegas intensifies? What? Where did this, Oh, yes, I do have a cutting board as a mouse pad. uh, I'm sitting on a couch. I've got to make it work somehow. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to really control this. Then all right, so let's head back to try to get further through this thing. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. Hour and a half of pure pain. Honestly, your children will not know about this in their textbooks because it will be too recent. Most textbooks kind of end in the 1990s. Like, they'll end about, like at the Cold War. Maybe they'll go all the way to 9/11, but like 20 years from now, then we might start having this kind of history in textbooks, but it's going to take a while for it to actually become part of the texts. Um, I should get a dog. I'm normally am out and about way too much to have a dog. I cannot I can't really have a dog because I'm just too busy and I'm going around the place. The thing about cats is that you can leave them alone for a couple of days. You can't really do that with dogs. Um, yeah, and you'd think that we should have the 2000s in textbooks, but not really. Uh, and and yes, I am kind of I probably would have a dog if it weren't for the fact that you know they have such upkeep. You know, I travel a lot, and so it's great having a cat because they don't require much maintenance. Like he wants to play all the time, um, you know, because that's what he does. He's only 2 years old, so he's still quite a playful cat. Except for right now, where he's you know, just being lazy. Cute little guy. Uh, but it's yeah, I used to travel a lot. That's true. um, you know, I would be a dog person if I had the ability to, though. That's the point. Um, you know, it's called this. The channel's called The Cynical Historian. I mean, like, cynic literally means dog. So, um, you know, the the yeah, it is. A dog is like half a kid. Um, although in my case, he's not exactly a quiet roommate half the time. He'll there's cars that pass my house and they'll be like reflecting on the wall here, and he'll literally sit right here and just start yowling at the reflections of cars. It is it is so annoying. Or when I'm recording. When I'm recording, that's when he starts talking a bunch too. It's almost like he knows that I need quiet. And he's like, haha, I will wait and spring my trap. It's like every time I start, he's basically triggered by the hey, Cypher here. Oh, no, he didn't actually wake up this time, but sometimes he does. Get a stuffed dog toy and say that I have. Yeah. Well, cynics certainly e- eventually adopted the term cynic as kind of like a shorthand for living like a dog. It was actually originally meant as an insult. Um, yeah, that Crafty Mom, that is exactly what he waits for attention as soon as I start recording. And Tyler, if I were to give a dog name, it would be Diogenes, obviously. How could I not name my dog Diogenes? Yeah, there. Yep, there you go. Remember, there's a 5-second delay. Um, Doggonese. Doggonese. Senses you're anxious when you tape. Actually, I mean, there is a lot of setup to get recording done. Um, I record in the room just over there, and you have to set up the lights, you have to set up the camera, you have to set I have these moving blankets that I have to hook into the wall um, for soundproofing. It's actually a lot of setup, and you know, anytime I move something around, he's like, something's changed. So cats really don't like the idea of change, so he's he doesn't want that to happen. Yeah. Okay. So we need to get back to the topic at hand. Uh, well, instead of talking about pets, gotta get back to the pain. So, now we're gonna find out what the American mind is. Americans yearn for the timeless stories and noble heroes that inspire them to do good, brave, diligent, daring, generous, honest and compassionate. Millions of Americans devour histories of the American Revolution and the Civil War and thrill in to take tales of Washington, Jefferson, Hamilton, blah blah blah. We still read the tales of Hawthorne and Melville, Twain and Poe, and the poems of Whitman and Dickinson. Uh, that's not an American. Did they forget that Dickinson is British? That Charles Dickinson is. Surely they didn't. They aren't that dumb. I shouldn't ask. Of course they're that dumb. Our Independence Day, we yeah, on Independence Day, we hum John Philip Sousa's Stars Stripes Forever and sing along to Woody Guthrie's This Land Is Your Land. Oh man, imagine if Woody Guthrie found out that he was being referenced in this. Like if he was still alive and frickin' had to read this tripe. Oh man, now that would be funny. I really need to get it back for this frickin' phone. It is really slippery. Um, Americans applaud the loyalty. Yeah. It is up to America's artists, authors, filmmakers, musicians, social media influencers. Uh-oh, that's me. Uh, and other cultural leaders to carry on the tradition by once again giving shape and voice to America's self-understanding, to what Jefferson called an expression of the American mind. To them falls the creative task of writing stories, blah blah blah, to restore every American's conviction and embrace. It was restore every American's conviction. We got more ultra nationalism. And now we get to find out how disobeying the law is truly un-American, despite what our founding was founded upon, literally disobeying the law. Oh yeah, it's Abe just in the corner there for no particular reason. Oh yeah, don't like. Wait, they're not gonna start talking about like how kneeling is un-American, are they? Oh please, don't tell me they're gonna do that. Like, it's literally traditional for veterans to kneel in front of frickin' their fallen brethren's grave. Like, kneeling is actually like the reason why he did what's his name? Kaepernick. Stephen Kaepernick? I don't know if I'm getting that name right, but that Kaepernick chose to kneel rather than how he started the season with just by sitting um, was by the advice of a veteran. I've actually done an episode on this, the history of like protest in American sports or something like that. Um, but the magic song, colon. Thank you, Tyler. It's I mean, you can say that it's kind of a foolhardy protest because, like, what the heck is he gonna do by kneeling or anything? But it is symbolic. That's the point. Yeah. Well, Loki, that was the point of the episode was that that protesting in American sports is a long, long tradition. Um, and I remember an interesting comment I got from that episode was, and I could verify it by his username, the founder of the Young Republicans, the founder, commented on that episode saying that he was now convinced that it is patriotic to protest in this manner. Um, that while he didn't agree the reasons for the protest or anything, but that he did that standard kind of like, you know, I may not agree with you, but I will fight to the death of your right to say it. Um, like the founder of the Young Republicans was able to. So imagine somebody who is that far to the right and is still going to be labeled as a leftist by this administration. Well, not the previous administration. That's that's how wacky of a world we're digging into here. So reverence for the laws. The principle of equality and consent mean that all are equal before the law. That's what makes people. It's principles make people equal. Lofty ideas do not equal equality. Like, wow, they're literally arguing that everyone's equal before the law because we believe we should be equal. No one is above the law and no one is privileged to ignore the law, just as no one is outside the law in terms of its protection. Sure, except for, black people. Uh, Yikes. Let's play a game in this section. How many times at the end of each of these sentences can we just put in the word except black people? It's only 2 sentences in, and both of them have been, the principle of equality and consent mean that all are equal before the law, except black people. No one is above the law, and no one is privileged to ignore the law, just as no one is outside the law in terms of its protection, except black people. In his Lyceum address, a young, it's warned of 2 results of a growing disregard for the rule of law. That doesn't work for it, but Lincoln also warned of those of great ambition who thirst for the distinction, and although he would as whatever, whether of the left or of the right, both mob rule and tyrannical rule violate the rule of law because both are ruled by the base passions rather than the better angels of our nature. Both equally threaten our constitutional order. Uh, that's kind of awkward considering what just happened in the frickin' Capitol. Remember, this came out after the Capitol siege. Jesus Christ. When crime goes unpunished or when good men do nothing, the lawless in spirit will become lawless in practice. Okay. Lawless in spirit. Violence and demagoguery. So leading to Trump. They've predicted Trump, guys. They predicted that he was coming 4 years after he came. Yeah, woof. I get the feeling a segment of the U.S. think people of color are not human sometimes. The way they speak. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Scaring Stone. Um, people straight up like treat uh treat people when they start talking about criminals and that can almost invariably expect the depicted character to be black. And I mean, while it is true that black people disproportionately commit crimes, it's also partially because black people are disproportionately poor. It is a class issue rendered into a race issue. And, you know, that's why we call that systemic inequality. The system itself is rigged specifically in a way that keeps black people from ascending into better status. But that's not. But apparently, since we believe in equality, we have it. We've achieved it. Even though, remember previously in this already today, they said that black people had privilege. So, yikes. So they can't even stay on brand. You know that. You know, according to the law, everyone's equal, except for black people are privileged and white people are oppressed. Which, you know, those two statements contradict each other. Like, it is a contradiction. as a cynic that accompanied Alexander the Great on his voyage to India was told, the all men are equal, for they can only own the property in which they stand, and when they die, they manage to stand in that much more soil. But here we go with patriotic education again. Must have at its center a respect for the rule of law, including the Declaration and the Constitution, so that when we have what John Adams called a government of laws and not of men. That's like, respect for the law is not what that means. In the end, Lincoln's solution must be ours. Let every American, every lover of liberty, every whatever. Oh, we're getting right to the conclusion next. Oh, it's almost over, guys. Let's just skip through this block quote. Let it be preached from the pulpit, proclaimed in the legislative halls, and enforce justice. Yeah. You know, cool. Here's a highlighter. It really is that bad, isn't it? Yeah. Trump thinks that block quotes are intelligent, and especially out of context ones. Like, notice that every quote that they've had has been like this person said, or like that person said. It hasn't been about, like, providing evidence. It's been as if these people are the sole authority, because that's how these people think. There's particular figures that are like the founding fathers, Abraham Lincoln, and MLK, and that they can selectively ignore the quotes, but the big cool quotes they take as gospel, because that's how this is. This is not just American exceptionalism. This is not just, patriotism. It's nationalism. Hell, Trump even has honestly said that he was a nationalist. And yet, this is also about kind of creating an American religion. Actually, there's a channel called Religion for Breakfast that did a series on, like, the American religion that might be worth checking out if you guys ever get the chance. And yeah, this is effectively trying to create a religion out of American exceptionalism. So, finally to the conclusion. Hopefully this conclusion isn't very long. Oh, good lord, it's only a page. Sweet savior. Sweet Cleo. Reckon King is burying his head over there trying to hide from all of this. So, on the 150th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, President Calvin Coolidge raised the immortal banner in his time. Immortal banner? Is he talking about the freaking Declaration of Independence? It is often asserted, he said, that the world has made a great deal of progress since 1776, and that we may therefore very well discard their conclusion for something more modern. But, okay, cool. America's founding principles are true, not because any generation, including our own, has lived them perfectly, but because they are based upon the eternal truths of the human condition. Prove it. That's what I say. Prove it. For something purporting to be history, it certainly takes a lot of stuff as gospel. Well, I don't exactly agree with that, King of Nuance. While it certainly has a lot, like, Mormonism has a lot to do with American exceptionalism and its fervent beliefs and all that kind of stuff, no, it's not, like, a coherent expression of American exceptionalism. You want the most coherent expression of American exceptionalism, you should read Frederick Jackson Turner's Significance of the Frontier in American History. That document is the most coherent explanation of American exceptionalism there ever has been. So, when we're talking about American exceptionalism, this is something that was put into place by scholars, not just by, random conservatives named Reagan or something other than Reagan. American exceptionalism, palatable nationalism for 5-year-olds. Ah, yes. Above all else, these principles recognize the worth, equality, potential, dignity, and glory of each and every man, woman, and child created in the image of God. Except those dang atheists. So, anyways, throughout our history, our heroes, men and women, young and old, black and white, of many faiths and from all parts of the world, have changed America for the better, not by abandoning these truths, but by appealing to them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. To be an American means something noble and good. It means treasuring freedom and embracing the vitality of self-government. We are shaped by the beauty, bounty, and wilderness. And you gotta love how many adjectives they're throwing at it. Like, look at this. American virtues of openness, honesty, optimism, determination, generosity. Like, just list every, cool, good sounding word. As we approach the 250th anniversary of our independence, we must resolve to teach future generations of Americans an accurate history of our country so that we all learn and cherish our founding principles once again. We must renew the pride and gratitude we have for the incredible nation that we are blessed to call home. We We appreciate America for what she truly is. We know that our Declaration is worth preserving, our Constitution defending, our fellow citizens worth loving, and our country worth fighting for. It is our task now to renew this commitment. So we proclaim in the words of our forefathers used 2.5 centuries ago. And quote, I don't give a damn about the quote. And random freaking Frederick Douglass quote. Hey! So the report is literally 20 pages long. Oh, man. Thank God that's over. I do not dare read the... Oh, hey, look, the first appendix is actually like a proper appendix. Then we have freaking their supposed arguments and a conclusion for that, and created equal or identity politics. Do each of these have a conclusion? Yes, they do. Okay, well, how about this? We'll read the appendix conclusions. Like, we'll read the appendix conclusions, not the entire freaking appendix for each one. We'll read the conclusions. Yeah, and before we do that, let's turn it back to camera and take a little bit of a break from trying to read that, because whew, like, good lord, this is like they took Superman's whole like truth, justice, and the American way like seriously. One of them mentions Frankfurt School. Oh boy. Uh, King of Nuance. Well, back in Afghanistan, we had uh, beers that were less than 1%. Can always get those. um, oh, Gramsci makes a cameo too. Oh boy, this is uh, this is gonna be fun, but also terrible at the same time. At least Superman fought the Klan. That's true. Like, like this is like coming from a president who couldn't even denounce a frickin' white supremacist group. He told them to stand by. Like, how frickin' like bad does it have to be? I'm not sure I have enough Baileys for this. No, King just kind of woke up a little bit. Let's put the camera on him for a little bit. Calm down with some kitty. Well, he kind of woke up for a little bit. I saw you stand up. You can't pretend that you didn't just wake up. Kitty. He's a good boy. Ain't that right, boy? Yeah. Oh, that's the stuff right there. Of course, what he desperately wants right now is is to sit in my lap. That's what he wants the most. Oop, that's the spot right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So, shall we get back? Stop keeping King awake here. He just wants to go back to sleep, but he'll take the scritches while he can. He's all right. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna have. By the way, I'm definitely gonna have to address, like tone down the Nightbot thing. Um, it's it's flagging people for stupid stuff, so I'm sorry that it keeps flagging stuff that shouldn't be deleted. Um, I will have to mess with the settings and make it proper again. Um, so we're we have already finished the yeah, now it's time to return to the pain, or as we used to say in the army, embrace the suck. Ugh. Oh no, need to keep my phone screen on. There we go. Alright. Let's return to the... this? I just realized it wasn't playing the music before. Alright. But, what the heck? It keeps on deleting stuff. That's really annoying. Oh, it's because you're using all caps, I think. If you're using all caps, I think it's blocking that. I can't adjust the settings right now, so, that's just, we're gonna have to deal with that during the stream. But at least the stream isn't borking this time. Gah. How to end your career in 40 pages. Yeah, whoever wrote this is, not going to be taken seriously in academia ever again. Um, Loki, the reason why it's not going to go after you is because you're a mod. So, mods have the exception. So it'll, so it might be all caps, it might be multiple exclamation points. Either way, just use lower caps. Cops don't go after cops. Yeah, don't use all caps. So this conclusion part right here is, hold on, is the faith and American principles, which is arguing that history underscores the overwhelming importance of religious faith in American life, but some today see religious practice and political liberty to be in conflict and hold that religion is divisive and should be kept out of the public square. The founders of America held a very different view. They not only believed that all people have the right to religious liberty, but also that religious faith is indispensable to success of the Republican government. And then they quote Thomas Jefferson, a deist. He's a deist! What are they saying that he said? The God who gave us life gave us liberty at the same time. The hand of force may destroy but cannot disjoin. Okay. Also, that quote doesn't prove anything. That they're trying to... The quote doesn't... Ah! The quote literally doesn't have any context. They are so... Like, they're using all these quotes for such disingenuous reasons. It's fucking astounding. Like, you quote things for evidentiary purpose. At least if you're a historian. Like, that's the point. It's not just flavored text. It's not freaking arguments from on high. Like, the founders can be wrong. Don't mention Unitarians. Yeah, right? And yes, America is absolutely a secular nation. Thomas Jefferson was a freaking deist. Okay, let's just jump all the way to the conclusion. The United States has journeyed far since its founding. While the founders certainly had disagreements about the nature of religion, they had little doubt that faith was essential to the new experiment in self-government and republican constitutionalism. They knew that citizens who practice the faith under the protection of religious liberty would support the Constitution that embodies their rights. The shared morality of faithful citizens would sustain a republican culture that would foster stable family relationships and encourage. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't see what their argument is. Are they trying to say that, like, some of the founders were religious and they wanted religious liberty? Yeah, what's the point here? We have arrived at the point where where the most influential part of our nation finds these old faith-based virtues dangerous, useful. Oh, the freaking atheists are coming to take us, everybody. The atheists, they're evil. They're godless people are going to take over this country. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Scaring Stone. Way too many people think that this nation was founded on Christianity. Like, Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Frickin' Benjamin Franklin was a deist. Thomas Paine was a super deist. Um, he actually made arguments saying that Christ did not exist. He went that far. I'm not even willing to go that far. I do think that freaking at least somebody named Jesus Christ existed in like 10 AD. But like the idea that that whether or not they were Christian matters is also freaking weird. Like, why? You spend this entire time talking about how important the Declaration is and how the founding principles are these like enlightenment, equality, and all that kind of stuff, then it stands to reason that religion doesn't matter. If we believe in equality, then the religion of the people making the law, making these statements, doesn't matter because they're supposed to be equal. Yeah, I am definitely giving them too much credit. That's true. Um, it's just, it's, it's, it's bad. Um, but what are they even arguing here still? Like, basically just, like, you know, religion equals good. That, I don't get it. The answer to this rising concern must begin by frankly and humbly admitting that the common ground of equal rights on which our common morality is based is no longer visible to many Americans. We must refocus on the proposition that unites the nation from the beginning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it is almost impossible to hold to this creed, which describes what and who we are, without referencing to the Creator as the ultimate source. There it is. So, yep, they're saying atheists are un-American. Pretty much expected that, because these are the kinds of spurious arguments you hear from far-right wackos. Or is America an atheist? Yeah, and you're right, Tyler. Pregeru could definitely have written this. It's part and parcel with that kind of far right wackoness, lunacy. That's the word I'm looking for. I better leave because I'm an un-American atheist. And according to some of the founders, other founders were, would be un-American by this because, like, for instance, John Adams was a Unitarian. And so a lot of them would say that Unitarianism was atheism, even though it's not. It's actually a form of Christianity and much more adherent to, a older form of Christianity. But that would require people like this to have any kind of depth of knowledge about the actual religion of the founders. Thomas Paine isn't American enough anymore. Yeah, right. Although it is really important. I've seen a lot of people trying to proclaim that Thomas Paine was an atheist. He was not. In fact, we can go here and let's look up the actual Age of Reason. So, it's very clear from this that it has been my intention for several years, blah blah blah. It's very clear right there. First page. I believe in one God and no more. I hope for my happiness beyond this life. I believe in the equality of man, and I believe that religion, duty, blah blah blah. But lest it should be supposed that I believe many other things in addition to these, I shall, in the progress of this work, declare the things I do not believe, and my reason for not believing them. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish Church, by the Roman Church, by the Greek Church, the Turkish Church, by the Protestant Church, nor any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. All national institutions of churches, blah blah blah. You get the idea. So anybody who tries to argue that Thomas Paine was an atheist, he makes that pretty freaking clear that he's not an atheist here. He's a deist. It's a very real difference. This paper does lack common sense, even though they actually quoted common sense at one point. I do remember that. But notice that he's very much saying, like, I belong to no church. I do not believe in any of the creeds of these churches. All of these things are human inventions. He's literally saying that religion is a human invention. To terrify and enslave mankind and monopolize power and profit. This is the guy who wrote the pamphlet that inspired the Continental Congress to actually declare independence. So, yeah. So they can't even grasp the founding generation's religion, and like people were so outraged by the founding fathers' generation that the reaction to it caused another Great Awakening in the 1820s and 30s. Well, actually, kind of starting in the 1790s, but basically in reaction to all this deism and Unitarianism and modernism. There were actual atheists at the time, punk. It's just they were typically not in positions of power. So let's find out what they believe in. Uh, is identity politics. Remember, they were saying that identity politics is a existential threat to the country. Let's see where this goes. Americans are deeply committed to the principle of equality enshrined in the that all are created equal and equally endowed with the natural. Come on, come on. Yep. In recent times, however, a new creed has arisen. A new creed has arisen, challenging the original one enshrined by the Declaration. This new creed, loosely defined as identity politics, has three key features. First, the creed of identity politics defines and divides Americans in terms of collective social identities. According to this new creed, our racial and sexual identities are more sexual identities. Uh, are more important than our common status as individuals and equally endowed with the fundamental rights. Second, the creed of identity politics ranks these different racial and social groups in terms of privilege and power. Yep, that's pretty much what I expected. Third, the creed of identity politics teaches that America itself is to blame for oppression. America's electrical cord. What? What the hell? What is this? What is this? America's electrical cord. Now that's not something I expected to find in here. What the hell is America's electrical cord? uh, no, dang it. Like, hey, let's it's America's internet cable. What is your guys' best guess to what America's electrical cord is? Well, actually, it says it right here, anyways. America's electrical cord is a heritage of oppression that. Oh, no, they're just talking identity politics again. What what is um, what is America's electrical cord? They're trying so hard to. Hey kids, you want to hear about America's electrical cord? Yay! What is this? According to this new creed, Americans are not a people defined by their dedication to human equality. Uh, yeah, we're not. But a people defined by their perpetuation of racial and sexual oppression. Gonna just forget about class there, huh? Let's skip all this crap. Get right back, right to the frickin' to the conclusion, because it's short and to the point. I'm hoping, although that might be a high hope. Says the administration that hurt trans people. I know, right? Uh, It's to get you to low-key think of an umbilical cord. uh, yeah, but like, or maybe it's a freaking dog whistle for white power. Wait, right above it was cultural Marxism? Hold on a second. Get off there. As king and civil rights as commie influenced? Oh, God. I don't want to read that. So, identity politics, I should say, is fundamentally incompatible with the principle of equality enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. Boy, they just cannot stop talking about the Declaration, can they? It's like literally they keep on just saying, these principles, American principles, all over the place, and yet have yet to show a single time in which America has upheld them. There were times that were troublesome, and that, like, yeah, that's American history. It's amazingly, like set up specifically to ignore history, to deny history. That's essentially what this is doing. We'll keyword search and find some of the fun bits later. Let's just read this. Proponents of identity politics rearrange Americans by group identities, rank them by how much oppression they have experienced at the hands of the majority culture, and then sow division among them. Those dirty cultural Marxists. It's insane. And I just spit a little bit. Gross. The very idea of equality under the law frickin' is not possible, and according to this argument, probably not even desirable. Huh? It's kind of funny how they have all these quotes throughout this entire document, but when it comes to actually quoting the things that they say other people believe, suddenly we're just supposed to just take it on authority. An authority that has been pretty well proven not to exist in these people. So, all Americans, and especially all educators, should understand identity politics for what it is. Rejection of the principle of equality proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence. As a nation, we should oppose such efforts to divide us and reaffirm. Yeah. Alright, so I saw that they mentioned Gramsci and the Frankfurt School. Let's keyword search and find this. Just because, like, I want to see how badly they screw it up. So, oh boy. The modern revival of identity politics stems from the mid-20th century European thinkers who sought the revolutionary overthrow of their political and social systems, but were disillusioned by the working class's lack of interest in inciting revolution. Oh, yeah, I can see they're already going for Gramsci. One of the most prominent thinkers was Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci, argued that the focus should not be on an economic revolution as much as taking control of the institutions that shape culture. That's not what his argument. Taking control of the institutions that shape culture? Where are they even getting that idea? Yes, King, there are people talking outside. My cat heard some people talking outside, and now he's like, oh, what's out there? I don't know if you can see him, but he's like, what's going on? What? There's people. Ah. In Gramsci's language, revolutionaries should focus on countering the hegemonic narrative of the established culture with a counter-narrative. Where did Gramsci say that? Like, let's just find my Gramsci stuff real quick. Let's pull up some Gramsci. And find out if there is at all one point where he even says those words. So, what was the word, the exact phrase that we're looking for? Counter narrative. Okay, let's see if he says counter narrative at least once. Oh no. Oh no, it's not. It's not OCR. Dang it. Well, I would guess, but it's not OCR'd either. None of them are. Dang it. Oh well. I'm pretty sure he doesn't talk about trying to establish a counter narrative at any point. Hell, let's just go to my actual paper. Nope. So, let's see. Superstructure, though, is definitely a thing that he talks a great deal about. Let's see if I have summarized it particularly well. He builds from the idea of structure, practical life, and the economy, and superstructure, the ideology that humanity overlays upon the structure. This is some, yeah. Okay, let's not get too into the weeds here. But Gramsci is not really trying to argue about like how to start a revolution because, well, he's in prison. So he's more trying to analyze why there wasn't such a why there wasn't a Bolshevik revolution in Italy in response to what happened in Russia and that. You know, that's what the argument is. It's not about how to create a revolution, and it has nothing to do with like identity politics. I don't really understand what they're even trying to argue here. Trying to create a counterculture. Okay. Oh, okay. That's what they're saying here. That it's counterculture is is a counterculture that subverts. That's all you need to see right there. um, Not necessarily, Loki. I mean, like, identity politics can mean a lot of different things. Like, class is a form of identity. Um, E.P. Thompson wrote a great deal uh, about cultural identification as a class. So that is very much what could be labeled as identity politics. So it's not an explicit rejection of Marx whatsoever. Um, and yeah, the term identity politics is normally just derogatory. It doesn't really mean anything unless you explain it within the context of the sentence. And what they're saying here is that identity politics essentially boils down to, trying to sow division, as they've said multiple times in here. Are they blaming him for hippies? I think so, yeah. I think they literally are trying to say that. But let's continue. Gramsci was an important influence on the thinkers of the Frankfurt School. I dare you to find one frickin' reference to him. He was not an important influence whatsoever. His writings were relatively unknown in his time. Like, Jesus. Herbert Marcuse, one of the members of the Frankfurt School who immigrated to the United States in the 1940s, became an intellectual godfather of the American You know what? You know what they mean by this? They mean the new left. They actually mean that that freaking this is about that identity politics is somehow the new left. Okay. Well, I don't think we need to go too much deeper into that, do we? Yeah, well, I mean, this whole thing is very much against the new left. Yeah, it's neoconservative as hell. Um, Teaching Americans about their country. We already gotten a boatload of bull crap on that. And finally, we're here. So I think we could call it good. This is enough suffering for the time, and we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Let me go here. I don't want to read any more of this. It's terrible enough as it is. So we're all masochists. uh, yeah. Well, the I feel legitimately less intelligence having experienced this hell. Yeah. I feel like my RAM died specifically because I had put this on my PC. And that's $150 problem. God. It didn't want to be in the pain. Yes, it's been a fun stream. It's fun laughing at this, but it's also very painful. frickin' goodness that Biden just instantly, like, Thanos snapped that into oblivion. It's just gone. Um, but it is fascinating from all of this. The that the that this is kind of a view into the far right's mind, that you can kind of see like how they think. You know, it's dumb and doesn't work, like, even on the most basic level. It only had a 12-hour shelf life. But you know, it's it's what the opposition looks like. And while we've been sitting here making fun of it the whole frickin' way, do keep in mind there are a bunch of people who honestly believe this crap. So it's going to be a long 4 years. Trying to get this country back on at least some sort of a good footing. Yeah. So I will. Well, first I think Punk has already put it in here. Has put the link to the Discord. Also tomorrow we will be doing a live stream about this specific document with a bunch of other history tubers on my YouTube channel. So let me make sure to put a link to that here as well. And so that will take you to my channel as well. It's just it's going to be a wild ride. I know it's going to be a wild ride, and I'm sure I'm going to need some moderation in them comments, especially since I can't exactly, since I have to stream on my laptop, I can't do a lot of stuff that I would normally do on like a second screen. I have to like operate it on a phone. So, we'll try to make everything work. And thank you, Your Face. I need to learn what all these different things do. And what outputs does my laptop have? Well, it has an HDMI output, but like the only other HDMI output that I could do would be my TV that's right here on, but the that would be especially difficult considering I don't have it set up at a distance. The other monitors are for my PC, and I don't want to try to reroute everything. It's I have it in a very specific setup over there. And besides streaming, my computer's working just fine, so I'll probably be getting off here and editing for a little bit before hopping onto Discord. Which I'll link to Discord again. We have a lot of fun on there, a lot. There we go. We hop on there often well into the night and just drink and chat forever. It's a lot of fun. So before I leave, are there any other questions? You can't hate Yeltsin. You don't hate, and nobody hates Yeltsin. He's a lovable goof.
Wilson!
Thank you, Your Face. that it really does sound like it's jarring to hear myself yelling at myself. um, even though technically I have to like listen to myself to do any kind of video editing, but it's a bit different in that setting. Um, can you convince me that Jordan Peterson didn't write this? And thank you, Duresser. Um, did uh, Jordan Peterson? I actually believe is more intelligent than this. I don't think he's that dumb. Like this was written like something from like a high schooler would write, but then like copy edited by a professional. Like that's what it seems like. He's just that dumb, but he has better grammar. The I have never read his book. No, I don't intend to either. There's no reason to read. Like, it's a psychology book. I don't study psychology. Um, and his whole freaking like 12 reasons or whatever. I don't know what the book is called. Whatever it's called, it um doesn't really have any bearing on what I do. Um, 12 Steps for Life. That's the one. Yeah. Uh, like I'm sure it's terrible, or I'm sure I've seen plenty of stuff. I think what was it's a YouTuber that has like a bird for his is like a leftist YouTuber who has like a bird for his symbol. Uh, whatever that channel is um called Jose. Yeah, it's Jose. I think Jose did a like deep dive into 12 Steps for Life. Or, some of the leftist YouTubers, they all care a great deal more than I do about this stuff. I'm much more concerned about history, so, like, while I've certainly done stuff talking about, like, you know, heinous myths and that kind of stuff, the Lost Cause and Soviet myths, slave myths episodes, I'm obviously not particularly dedicated to that stuff. I'm dedicated to actually making new history, not freaking having to reinforce that, yes, this is not true, we have been over this before. It's yeah, I can see you guys really do care about legal ego. It wasn't legal ego, it was Jose, by the way, your face. But um yeah, I don't really care. Like it doesn't matter to me. Um it's like people who are like, you haven't read this particular book from like Kropotkin? Like, no. Why would I? It doesn't matter to me. You know, like the number of people who want to espouse that they're like experts on like American politics and how like X party reveals Y and all that kind of stuff. Just ask them, have they read, Frederick Jackson Turner? You know, a far more important book to American politics than pretty much anything that we've even talked about here. The answer is probably no. I mean, if they've taken my class, the answer is yes, but... or have they read frickin', the Shining City on a Hill speech, what it actually says? Um, you know, these are far more important than reading Marx or reading Jordan Peterson or something like that. Like, no, like you want to understand this stuff, you need to actually like study the things that influence it the most. Like Frederick Jackson Turner is basically the most important historian in American history. And yet, he's no longer even a household name. He used to be. You could go back to Ronnie Reagan would reference him in State of the Union addresses, but like, it's the the popular books right now, the ones that like people always want to bring up, aren't really that important to American politics, especially in terms of understanding them. Marx does not have much of a bearing. Um, you know, things that do make a difference tend to be a lot more mundane. You know, obviously understanding the frontier myth is important. Understanding the lost cause myth is important, but and how those things drive American history. Um, but also, reading like Upton Sinclair and things like that. I'm kind of stuck in the in that time frame because I'm about to hit that time frame in a couple weeks in my class. So I'm thinking like 1890s, early 1900s time frame. But like there's far more important stuff to be talking about, and yet people have to keep on bringing up this Jordan Peterson guy. He doesn't matter. He's a Canadian. Um, so, um, you know, in terms of understanding all of this stuff that we've been talking about today, it's probably a lot more important to go and read a book like, actually, let me go grab the book itself. Hold on. It's called A War for America's Soul. Let me go grab it. Actually, well, while you wait for me, there's a cat. Okay, there we go. So, this book, A War for the Soul of America. Probably that big old "use" sticker probably isn't helping see the title. Uh, this book. Um, this book is a pretty good guide to understanding what's happening here right now. This is about, a history of the culture wars. Um, you know, it has more. It kind of travels thematically. Like each chapter is kind of um, covering uh, covering you know different parts of the culture wars. But this is probably the best book for understanding kind of where our politics are today. Um, at least in terms of culture, not neoliberalism. That's a different thing, and we could certainly talk about that. But like in terms of neoconservatism, which a lot of this is about, this is a pretty good book for that. It's by Andrew Hartman. Um, for instance, you find out that both neoconservatives and the New Left have a basis in Marxism, interestingly enough. So yeah, this is a um, it is a complicated topic, and if you want to understand it better, it's best not to go to what would you call them, pundits, political stalwarts. Like you don't want to read Buchanan. You don't want to read frickin' this crap. Like this crap is fun to read and really gets into the minds of these people, but like rely on historians who have already done that to dig even deeper. Um, you, you want to yank this sticker off? I think I actually tried at one point and failed. Um, yeah. See, comes off and curls and just ends up doing that. Um, best not to best not to even try. If I tear the cover, we will freak. This book has seen a lot of abuse already. Actually, I accidentally freaking dropped it out my Jeep while I was freaking driving it one day. uh, but you know, it's a book; it can take the damage. Um, anyways, yeah, that's kind of what's more important when discussing like American politics is understanding the history of it, understanding like how we came to be the way we are today, um, and you know, rather than like trying to look at how, you know, X person, you know, like how Trump turned America towards fascism or something like that, actually try to understand like how Trump is a symptom of the American system of politics, not a cause in and of himself. Um, with all of that being said, I will I will be going on to Discord in like an hour or two um, from here. But also don't forget to go and check out that video for tomorrow, where we will be having a group discussion on this. Um, so um, I guess I will talk to you all in another time. Uh, that's it, everybody. Have a good day.